All right, starting the recording now. Hello,
Oh
guys.
no, I wasn't ready.
Oh no, you're naked. Well,
Uh,
hello, gentlemen. Welcome to another episode of the podcast. I guess
That has no name.
still has no name, bro. I cannot come up with a name for the podcast. Because here's the thing, I go online to make sure that like if I come up with a name, nobody has already taken it. So that's the issue that I'm having. That I have to like go online and see that okay, if there's some stuff that like I'm thinking of that someone might or might not have. So, but
have you tried using the name Netflix?
I honestly I thought about Tesla.
Oh God.
Tesla seems like a good name, you know, because we're all very smart people, and we're just as smart as Nikolai Tesla. So
Are we?
I like to think.
I like that pause. Mm.
But yeah, I still have to come up with a name, and then I'll probably run it by you guys as well, because like I said, I don't want it to be the name of like the Twitch channel, because either way, like there might be a point where I might change the name of the Twitch channel.
Yeah, I got you.
So I don't want that to happen. But yeah, what episode are we on? We're episode
4 or 5?
5, I think. Yeah, we're on episode 5. So yes, episode 5 of the podcast. We're doing this on a Monday. We usually do these on Sundays, but we're all doing stuff on Sunday. To be fair, but yeah, I mean we be here now. So some of this news is gonna be like a little older, and like there's some stuff that I want to bring up with you guys like that happened like actually a couple hours ago, but when we get into the news stuff, that's when I'll run it by you guys. So yeah, how everyone be? Wesley, Howler?
I'm good. Tired, usual.
Okay, good to know.
I'm full, had enough sleep, so
Yeah,
doing pretty good.
We know.
We know.
We know.
I'm proud. I'm not proud. Whoops. I'm happy that you know.
Yeah. So any of you guys want to talk about your weeks, or you want to start first?
What's today? Monday, right? Yes.
Yep.
Went to my cousin's house who I haven't seen in a while. We got to see their wedding video, or videos I should say, of when they got married in January.
Of this year?
It's pretty dope. Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
It's crazy because they've been together for a long ass time, and now they're just getting married.
I mean, it happens, you know. Some people wait, but yeah. Because that's the thing is that like I when it comes to like marriage stuff, you know, coming as a single man, I don't know, like you don't want to like get married too quickly. That's how I, view it.
Yeah, coming at it as a single man, you never get married.
Like I'm looking at I'm looking at Wesley like at the at the screen, and then I just see him just like move his eyes just like around what he's looking at and not responding. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'm alone on that one.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to make sure like no one's still talking, you know?
Fucking Christ. So yeah, okay, you saw some wedding stuff.
Yeah, it was actually really nice.
What did they do for their wedding? Like,
they had it in back where everyone's from, like back where their family is and everything. So that way, like, I guess no one's really left out who could come.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't bad. The overall video was like half hour, and then they showed the whole party thing. That was like 2 hours. I was like, damn.
Damn, that's a lot of wedding.
Yeah. But it was a lot longer than that in person, obviously. But they were saying how the 2-hour video of the party did not do the party justice. Because
What?
obviously it like never does.
Ugh.
No, like when you're watching the party, you're like, oh, okay, this looks like really like super boring. Compared to like actually being there. And they're like, no, like the video doesn't do it justice of like how it actually was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, I'm trying to think if I ever been to like a big wedding. I don't think I have. Like my sister got married, but it wasn't like a huge thing.
Yeah.
There was like really
I've
no.
never been to a big fun wedding. It's always super boring.
Yeah, no. I've been to baby showers.
I enjoyed my friend's wedding, but like you just said, like you went to your family's. I've never enjoyed family's weddings, just because like, I mean, I don't know how about you guys' family, of course, but like for us, it's always like going to church, basically. Like when you could do the ceremony, and they're like ba da 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 da, and then talking, and you love each other, and I'm like, cool. And that's like 2 fucking hours.
Yeah.
It's like,
and then you had the party, and they're just like people walking around being like, "I'm your grandmother," and I'm like, "Cool." Like that's been fun.
Like I'm trying to think. Like usually, like I kind of disliked parties, especially like big ones. I don't really like crowds. If you actually know me as a person, like I don't really like a lot of people, especially like around me. So like at parties, I'm just like I just want to leave. I just want to go home.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah.
See, like for us though, we party. No, like okay, like that's so like we're obviously like normal like in an everyday sense, but like when parties are like involved, we go like crazy. If it's like a kid's party, obviously it's like chill because you're not gonna be like super drunk, wasted, being
Yeah,
stupid.
you're not gonna be fighting the kids. Drunk fighting kids.
Exactly. But if it's like of age party where like the kids aren't really involved because obviously it's like drinking and shit, then yeah, it's off the wall.
Gotcha.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, in usual adult gatherings, yeah, it's better to kind of let loose instead of worrying and probably punch drunking a young child.
Oh my God. Dude, the amount of fights that always almost break out is insane.
Oh, I thought you were about to say the amount of children that get punched at parties.
I mean, they get punched by other children, sure, but that's besides the point.
Not an adult full decking a child.
No.
Okay.
Any person looks like a child that Mike Tyson punched them on an airplane.
Oh my God! Oh, that guy, yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. Apparently, the whole thing that happened was like the guy was annoying him, and like, the guy was also drunk. But that's according to like the thing, like Mike Tyson's spokesperson. But who knows? Either way, that guy got punched. I mean, it's Mike Tyson.
He got hit multiple times in the face.
Like that's the thing, is that like like if you get punched by Mike Tyson, there's a chance you're not like you're going to look fucked up either way.
Yeah.
And then he was like using like both fists, right? Like he got.
No, I think he was using one, but like holding on to the chair with his other.
Yeah, he was holding on and then hitting with one.
Jesus Christ, that's one hand.
And also remember, he's not like full like going in. He's like half punching.
Yeah.
Imagine if he like full wound up and then just swung at someone.
Like, I don't know if you've ever seen that video of I think it's Mike Tyson on the Joe Rogan podcast, and he's just like being like super chill and being like I think he like said something about not being in fighting shape or anything at the time.
Yeah.
And then you see him like the next cut is to him like when he's working towards another fight he did, like maybe it was like just like a special fight to like, I don't know, for promotion or something. It wasn't like, I don't think it was anything like a real fight or anything like that.
Yeah.
But then you just see him like, he's old, dude. It's more so like his current age now, like that old, and he's just like fucking swinging like a monster, dude. Like the dude still like has
No,
so much
he's
power.
I like some of the like the videos and like some of the photos I've seen of Mike Tyson, like he's in good shape, man.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
he's in really good shape. So, like I'm saying is, if you're gonna get punched,
You're
don't
gonna
be
lose that fight.
yeah. Don't be surprised that you're gonna look fucked up. So, all right. Well, anything else, Wesley? You do with your week?
Not really. Besides like playing new characters or champions in League and destroying, essentially. But, yeah,
Destroying children in League.
they're not children, okay? They're cranky ass adults.
Okay, it's not even like grown children. Is that the term? Adult
Sure.
children?
Grilljin.
Grillgen. Yeah. So just League and weddings.
Pretty much.
League and weddings.
Okay. League and weddings. Ah, yes, the combo League and weddings. All right. Well, that's good. That's good. Howler, you do anything besides sleeping?
Not really. Played League with Wesley.
Yeah. The dope support.
Also do. I don't know. I didn't watch Midnight Mass. I did that.
You didn't, or you did?
I did not. That's what I did.
No. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. That was it.
That's cool. Wesley, you have your fan on, by the way?
Yeah, can you hear it?
Yeah, it's like there's like moments where it peaks.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
I don't care.
like all I hear is all right, well, now that Wesley's muted, I'm trying to think, what did I do? I did in some sense nothing, but at the same time I did a good amount of shit, I would like to say. I played all 3 Max Payne games. So that was something. And I just before this podcast, because I was waiting for a certain person, since 6 o'clock, I had time to play Inscryption, that card game on PC. And
Oh, nice. How'd you like it?
I haven't beaten it yet. I'm on Act 3, I want to say. And I'm really digging it. Okay, Inscryption's weird because Inscryption goes in like really weird directions with the whole game. It's still card like combat, or it's still a card game, but its acts start to do like weird shit. And apparently the guy who made this game, like, he has made previous games and he's known to do like weird shit in his other games. So Inscryption is like still weird as fuck. But I really like the card stuff. Like, even though I don't really play card games, for some reason Inscryption's like whole, like, when I played the demo, because I don't know if you guys have tried out the demo on PC. No. So the card demo, the demo that the game gives you is you're in a cabin. And it's really bizarre. You're basically like a hostage, and the guy you're playing the game with does this whole like narrative thing where he puts down like a map with like a little totem of your player character, and you move per space to do like either buff your cards or fight him and like with some buffs, and it's just like this weird whole like little narrative thing. But as you continue on, there are moments where you can get stumped, and the game kind of doesn't tell you its whole gameplay unless you fail. So there are moments where I failed and I'm like, oh shit, I fucked up, and the game's like, you kind of had to fuck up because here's this new layer of the gameplay that shows up that now you can use to your advantage. Because originally it was just like, all right, we're putting down cards. All I gotta do for my card is, I'm trying to think, like, I don't know if there's like a game, like a card game that's kind of like how Inscryption is. Basically, it's like a point system, but like you're using like beasts, you're using like animals and stuff, where it's
What's
like
the point system used for?
it's like their health and their attack power.
Yeah, that's literally every card game.
Is it?
This
This
is
is
every card game.
this is how much I don't know about card games. I just like looking at the cards. I just like looking at the
Yeah.
cards. But the thing is that like what I'm talking about, how weird Inscryption goes is that like each animal card can have like a little buff. So like some animal cards can like shift to like the right of the board, or they're above the opponent that they're facing, so they don't get hit as often.
Okay.
Or I think like one of them is like a porcupine you can get, and like the porcupine's buff is that like if an enemy hits it, the enemy gets hurt because of hitting it, so it has like these little, this little spike thing. But like I'm saying is that like the game doesn't tell you that there's more stuff going on in its gameplay unless you fail. So it introduces like a coin system of like bones, and the bones you can use for like different cards. And then there's also the thing of like sacrificing your teeth, because that's also like the thing. Basically there's like a weight, and the better you're doing, the more like gold teeth goes onto the opponent's side. So there's a thing where like if you don't think you're doing well, you could pull out one of your teeth to put it on your opponent's side so it goes down, so they can, you can get 1 point from that essentially. And then they also introduced like sacrificing your eye, which was a thing, but it also it helps in the narrative of the game, because while you're in that cabin with that guy who has you hostage, you can essentially look around the cabin and see all these like weird little puzzles and stuff. So basically this one little thing is that like you can sacrifice your eye, and then if you win that match, the guy is like, all right, pick out a new eye. So then there was this one specific eye that's like glowing and shit. So I was like, all right, just take the glowing eye. And the glowing eye shows you like things, like hidden messages that you couldn't see around the cabin.
Bro.
So there's like little puzzles and secrets and things like that to help you progress
So
in
you
the
can
story.
become Pegasus from
Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, essentially. But that's only the first act of the game, and it's a game that I have to say it's a lot of trial and error. And it's a lot of error, and I initially thought that it was going to be like a loop game kind of, because every time you lose, you basically reset, and when you lose, your player character turns into a card. So there's this interesting thing where like if you lose the entire first act, the bad guy, I guess I can call him, the bad guy will take a picture of you and basically give you options of like cards that you had in your deck, that he could be like, all right, choose your health points and attack points, what kind of buff you have, and how many cards it will take to summon you. Because there's also like the sacrifice system that this game has. So like you can use a squirrel as like a sacrifice that gives you 1 blood drop, and you can use it on any other animal, or like you can well, yeah, you usually have to use it on an animal, but like some animals specific like have got it. Like I'm really thinking about this because like Inscryption is so weird, but a lot of animals have blood drops that you need to get, but you need to like it's like the more I think about it, it's just like it's yeah, it's a whole sacrifice system, and I think that's what really got me into into the game itself, because of how weird it was, and just like, all right, I want to see where it goes in its
So you
narrative.
sacrifice to use cards.
To use cards, essentially, yeah, because you're given 4 rows. um you only get like 4 for you and then 4 for your opponent, and basically if you want to use better cards, you kind of have to sacrifice the cards you already have at play. So it's like I said, it's like a risk reward kind of thing that goes on.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot like Yu-Gi-Oh. There were a
I-
lot of sacrifices to use your cards.
That's good to know, because I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh.
There's also in Magic. There's a few different types of ways to sacrifice cards
Mm.
to benefit you or to hurt your opponent.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Because basically like I said with the whole thing about like the scales and like getting the teeth, essentially you have to use a card, in like if you're facing your opponent, there has to be an open space that your opponent has, and your card has to hit that open space in order for you to get points, rather than you killing off their card.
Yep.
If you understand what I'm saying. Okay.
That's how normal card games go.
Okay.
So you have blockers and then you have direct damage.
Yeah, direct damage. There we go. That's essentially it. And that's Act 1. Like, I don't know if you guys like care about like spoilers and stuff.
Not at all.
Okay, so let me put this down here. Slight spoilers for Inscryption, I guess. So after you beat the first act, the game kind of breaks through like the fourth wall, where all of a sudden you start to get like videos from this guy called the Lucky Carter, who's a real, it's like all like acted, but it's like a real dude who's like a YouTube card guy who like opens up like cards and stuff. And like the whole thing is that he gets like he gets a pack of cards from the game Inscryption, and one of the cards that he gets has like coordinates to go find something. So he goes to find this thing, and it's a floppy disk, and it's the game that you're playing. So it gets like all like weird shit, as to, like, this game has some weird shit behind it. And then after you watch all his videos, you get to the second act, and the second act completely changes its narrative, where it's doing, instead of you being locked in that cabin, now you have to fight 4 bosses in like this pixel setting of like I'm trying to think. You know how like Super Mario World has like you move to like to the dots to like go to the new worlds? Essentially that, and then you have to like fight these 4 bosses who all have like their own gimmicks, and you eventually move on to Act 3. Like Act 2 was like really weird because of the fact that you're fighting these 4 bosses. The gimmicks were kind of cool. I'm trying to think like one of them. Oh my god. Oh, one of them was like a painter. And what his gimmick was whatever your card had as a buff, they usually like depict it in symbols. At the start of the fight, he would paint over those symbols, making new symbols of like whatever buff he wanted you to have on your end. It was like this weird gimmick that I was like, I didn't get it at first. I'm like, so wait, how am I supposed to do this? And then of course, as you progress through through that fight, you're like, oh, okay, it's not as bad. Oh yeah, all you had to do was like win like 2 rounds of it. But but like the core card gameplay is still there. Like you're still doing the same thing of like trying to do direct hits. So like it keeps its same thing, its same core. So yeah, I'm now in Act 3. Obviously more video stuff has happened with the Lucky Carter, that like now he called the company of the floppy disk that he found to tell them that, oh yeah, I found this floppy disk, and they're trying to like find out where he lives and stuff like that. Like it's this whole goofy thing, and I'm kind of enjoying it. And then Act 3 gets really weird, where one of the bosses that you fight was like this robot guy, and all of a sudden the robot guy takes over, and essentially you're back in like the same perspective as you were in the cabin, where like you could do like exploring and stuff, but like now in like a robot factory. But the combat has like tweaked a little bit, where now you're waiting for like an energy bar to use specific cards. Like it's still kind of the same, but like the energy bar is the one thing that really changes the flow of the card combat. Yeah, I don't know. Like as much as I'm trying to explain it, I'm probably not explaining it well. There's probably like a lot of stuff that I missed when explaining Inscryption, but it's still a really fun game. I would say, like, if you guys are kind of interested, the demo's still up, I'm pretty sure, on PC, on Steam. It's really weird, but I like it. I don't know why I like it, but I like it. And apparently there was an update that came out from the developer to do, it's called Casey's Mod, and essentially it's a roguelike like adventure for the game. I don't know how that is, but it's free. So there's that.
Is that out?
Yeah, the Casey's Mod is out. So yeah, Inscryption, really fun. And like I said before, I played all 3 Max Payne games.
If you ever want to play a really cool game like Inscryption, it's called Magic the Gathering, and and I'll teach you sometime.
No thanks, nerd.
Wow.
No, that's the thing, is that like I never really got card games, and I just playing Inscryption, I was like, oh, okay, I'll just play it, and then just being told that, oh, yeah, that's like every card game. I'm like, oh, okay. That's how much I know. But I don't know why. Like, I think because of that demo, I really wanted to play that game, because of just like the weirdness of like you being in that cabin, and like there's like these little like trinkets and stuff around the walls, and I guess they're like all puzzles, and then this really weird figure was just like, let's play a game. And then every time you get to like a stage boss, the figure's in shadow, and like every time you get to a stage boss, he puts on a mask and he takes on that persona of like that boss that you're fighting. So like the first one you fight is like the prospector, like a mining prospector, and he's doing like this like whole thing of like kind of being like from the south, being like, oh, ye tarnation, get out of here, like doing all this like dumb stuff. And those boss fights are like, there's something like I remember I kept getting like really I want to say like really stuck, but there were moments where I was just like, I really have to reevaluate my deck entirely. But I lucked out, because there was one buff that I got that fucking is a godsend in that game. Essentially, the buff that I got was this little wooden totem that you get. You get the bottom half, where it's it gives the buff. So the specific buff I'm talking about is like 3 blood droplets. And then what I used it on was for the squirrels. So the squirrels were the cards that you sacrificed, because they gave you 1 blood droplet. So it's 3 blood droplets for 1 squirrel card. And I basically use that for like all my best cards, because obviously, you know, the best cards use the 3 blood droplets. So all I had to use was like 1 squirrel card, and I have like a fucking a grizzly bear on, you know, on board, just fucking demolishing.
Is this what I sound like when I explain League of Legends?
I guess.
Because I have zero fucking idea what's happening. You're like, there's 3 blood droplets and a squirrel, and I'm like, I think I know what's happening.
If you sacrifice something that's the equivalent of like, okay, there's a squirrel card. It acts as your sacrifice.
Okay.
The squirrel acts as 1 blood droplet.
Okay.
Let's say you have 3 squirrel cards on board.
Right.
That's 3 blood droplets that you can use.
Yes.
So the buff that I got was 3 blood droplets for 1 card.
Mhm.
Rather than 3 single cards.
Right. So you transferred those 3 cards into 1 card.
Kind of.
Like, you don't have them anymore. You gave them up, but you only get 1 card now.
You could, well, you still have the squirrel cards on. I feel like it's one of those things. If like, it's better to go through it to show rather than explain it, because that's basically the whole gist of Inscryption. Is
Inscryption stream? Question mark?
If you want to see my balls on stream, sure. Because that game was like really
wow, I
show
can't
my
believe
balls.
that's the way you're going to tell us that Chunch's OnlyFans is happening.
Yeah, I mean it's got to be like that sometimes. But
welcome
give money.
to balls.
Give money for balls. No, man, like that. Like I said, that game like fucking decimated me at times. So it's just one of those things where I don't really. I feel like it's one of those things that if I do stream, it can be a drag for a lot of people where they're just like not enjoying it. But you know,
I don't think people really care when someone's streaming if they lose.
I think it's more in the fact that like the longevity or like how long it takes you to get through one specific level. That's what I've always seen, is that like a lot of people who are just like, I'm getting bored of you being in this one specific spot.
See, I don't know. I think that's more true to something that people already know. So like if they've already seen the game or played through the game, then probably.
Mm-hmm.
But personally, when I'm watching a stream, if it's something I've never seen before and I'm watching to like just see the game, I guess it's all dependent, really. Sometimes, yeah, I will be like, oh, this is like meh. But if I care about the game, I guess, and I guess the streamer that I'm watching, then I'll actually like stick around and pay attention.
Okay. Yeah.
It's all dependent, I guess, on like what the situation is.
Yeah. Like I said, like that's the whole thing of because it's very RNG. Obviously, I feel like all card games are like that, to be honest.
They are.
Okay. So yeah, it's all RNG, and like when I got that specific buff for like 1 squirrel card for 3 blood sacrifices, blood droplets, like I felt like I got super lucky, because when I got to the end boss of that first act, I just decimated it. And I'm like, holy shit. Like I can't believe I actually got through that. Like I felt like if it were like any other chance, I wouldn't have gotten through it. So just to like redo that, I think I'm fine, in the sense that like I got through that. I'm okay. I don't need to go through that again immediately. But yeah, the third act right now that I'm on is really weird, because obviously that whole new thing of like the energy bar that you have to use, it's really weird. But if, like I said, the demo is up. I'm pretty sure it's still up on Steam. I would say if you guys are interested, give it a shot, because it's, like I said, I really like that game. I feel like more specifically the first act, like, not to say the second act was bad or not good, but it's just very different. And then obviously the third act is like really, really weird, but still kind of interesting.
I'd probably enjoy it. I like card games in general. I don't want to say every card game, but like I played a lot of card games, including like Dragon Ball Z card game, which was fucking bonkers. There's actually, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your entire thing, but
No. That's fine.
I played fucking love this game, dude. When I was a kid, there was a pirate card game where you would buy a pack of cards, and the cards you could then bend them and like put them together, and it makes them a ship. So like you would build a ship out of a card, and then you could like play the pirates with your ships. It was like
that sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's the look at, you can Google it. It's literally called Pirates, and then like they had expansions like Davy Jones' Locker or the Black Curse, or this game was so much fun, man.
I have to look that up. Yeah, that actually sounds pretty interesting.
Loved it.
Yeah, besides me fucking trying to explain Inscryption, because I felt like I was like stumbling with a lot of things, because there's so much to the gameplay that like to explain all of it it's like I can take forever trying to get like the little nuances of like each little system and like how each act does a different little spin of the core card combat
I was gonna
gameplay.
say a lot of it sounds like they basically just took something and renamed it as a different a different way of like what normal card games already do.
Yeah, I guess yeah, I'm
Like
saying
the energy bar definitely sounds like something different.
yeah.
But sacrificing is normal, like fighting and blocking and all that.
Yeah.
The teeth pulling sounds maybe like it's your health. I'm not sure.
It essentially is, yeah. It's your like hit points. Like I was saying, is that like
okay.
the more you damage you do to like your enemy,
Mhm.
the more points that
They're losing their teeth, right?
essentially, yeah. Essentially, yeah. Because I'm trying to
Okay.
think like like if you
But
get
you
a hit,
can pull your own tooth and put it into the person's file.
yeah, basically putting on their side of the scale and like that's your point, essentially.
If you run out of teeth, do you lose?
If your opponent gets a lot of teeth, you lose.
They lose. Okay.
Yeah, is it they lose? I'm trying to remember because like I'm trying to remember how to tip the scales.
Whoever's scale is more weighed, they lose.
Yes. And like you can do like if you have like more hits, like you're able to get more teeth, and your teeth kind of acts as like the currency for you to get like more cards and stuff like that.
I'm gonna watch a video on this week and see what it's all about.
I mean, you could just play the demo. That's it.
Yeah, see, like, I told you I was gonna watch Midnight Mass for like 3 weeks now.
That's true. That's true.
And like, I did think I said I was gonna play Inscryption at least once, and there's a lot of things like I end up doing something else. A lot of the time it's League of Legends. So
Yeah.
I get you. Yeah, I would say like just look up a video, but like that's also the thing
Yeah.
is that like when I experienced it, I just downloaded the demo and I'm like, I think I liked it because of my experience. Because obviously I was like, man, I'm getting my ass whooped. I don't know how to play this card game, and then I just beat like the second boss, and I'm like, this is a good game.
yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, Inscryption. Fun. But really hard to explain. But yeah, it's more of a watch it or play it, experience it.
Burns.
Yeah. So besides that, and it's funny because like I literally started today and I'm already on Act 3. And Act 3
wow.
yeah, Act 3 is a little tougher, to be honest. So I just want to throw that out there.
So that makes sense, like if you don't really remember or understand everything correctly straight out the gate because you just played it.
Yeah, it's kind of a blur a little bit.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's a very bizarre game because of the whole like fourth wall break. And what else did I do? Oh yeah, Max Payne. Jesus Christ, I forgot about Max Payne. What can I say about Max Payne? What can I say about those Max Payne games?
Max had a lot of pain.
He did. He did have a lot of pain. That's why he's got to take painkillers.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
What great games, Joe. So good.
1 and 2 are really good. Well, they're a little dated, but 2 I think I have to say is the best one for my play. I have some beefs with 3. 3 is not a bad game, but it tried to do different stuff with Max Payne's combat. Because it's weird, because it felt like the slowdown stuff really felt more like Red Dead Redemption than like the craziness of like Max Payne 1 and 2 slowdown, where you're like doing the air jump and you're in the air for like a good while. Like you can like do like a full 360 shooting around. And 3 had this thing where like its physics were like whenever you did the slowdown, you did a jump. If like let's say a wall is like right next to you and you hit the wall, Max gets out of his slowdown, like his bullet time essentially. Like it really focused on like physics and stuff like that. So there were moments where I was just like, all right, I guess I'm gonna jump backwards and shoot my guns, and then all of a sudden I forgot that there's a wall behind me, and I'm just out of it. And like Max moves like really fucking slow in Max Payne 3. That like
Does he?
yeah, he moves really slow. Like even the run button, he's doing like a light jog.
Huh.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like so basically I did this thing where I watched someone else's like essay on Max Payne, you know, because like I'm gonna say some things that I did agree with them, and I don't want to take credit for it because obviously, you know, I could probably say something that was probably in their own words. So the specific video that I watched was Critical Nobody's video essay on like all 3 Max Payne games, and he pointed out something that I really agree upon was that Max Payne 3 was trying to focus on like the little details of physics and like certain things that would connect to like real world. So there was something that he said that like Rockstar is a company that like all its games for some reason like really likes to focus on little details. So this kind of brings back to the whole thing about Max Payne 3, or the whole thing about like the physics felt like a little bit more grounded, kind of, I want to say, because of the whole thing of like you being interrupted if you hit a wall and stuff like that. And on top of that, like if let's say you do the successful like bullet time jump forward and you're on the ground, Max has to get up, and he gets up like an old man. So it's one of those things where I'm playing this game, I'm like, God fucking damn it, old man, just get the fuck up or shoot the gun, do something. But it's not a bad game, and I didn't realize that the game takes a lot of it takes like its story takes a lot of elements from the movie Man on Fire with Denzel Washington. Have you guys ever seen that movie?
No, I've heard
No?
Chris
Not
D'Elia
even
make fun
close.
of it.
Okay. So Man on Fire, I don't remember the movie that well, but I was looking up like video clips of like Man on Fire because after I watched Critical Nobody's video essay, I was like, is Man on Fire kind of like or like is Max Payne 3 kind of like Man on Fire? And it's just like the camera direction, like the weird visual effects, because that's also another thing in Max Payne 3. It does like weird visual effects where it's like it hurt my eyes sometimes just watching cutscenes, because it did like this whole like disorienting, like not motion blur, but like you know how like it does like a kind of like cross fading but with like different colors, kind of. It was like this weird effect that like I don't know why they did that. It was just so bizarre, and it like legitimately hurt my eyes. But yeah, Man on Fire and Max Payne, what I've seen apparently are like the same story. So I was just like, okay, all right.
So Denzel Washington is Max Payne.
Yeah, or Max Payne
Got it.
is Denzel Washington.
No,
Yes.
only Denzel.
So
Yes.
so that's why I say like the first 2 games are pretty good, but Max Payne 1 is a little dated because there was moments where like I got to the final area, the final boss, I would say, because it's not really a boss fight, but it is kind of the boss area. And there would be moments where like all the enemies are like like they're so accurate that I was struggling, and I would have to use F5 a lot for quick saving, and like just quick loading back into like an area where I felt safe. Like it was so many times where like I felt like the difficulty scaling just went up when you went to like the final area. But it wasn't like so terrible. Which to say the final boss was kind of interesting because it does this whole thing where you're at like the top of a building, and your bad guy's essentially getting away on a helicopter, and it's gonna take off in like a couple of seconds. So what you have to do is like shoot the tethers for like this antenna, and you shoot the tethers, and the antenna comes down and blows up the helicopter. It was kind of cool.
Nice.
And then like Max Payne 2's like whole thing was that like you're kind of in like this dome, and you kind of have to like shoot these rods that are holding this platform that the bad guy is on. And then I forget what happens afterwards because Max Payne 2's ending was so weird. But yeah, you essentially have to blow like the platform on where your bad guy's on, and he falls, and Max Payne 2. But I think I didn't like Max Payne 3's final area because you're at an airport, and you have to fight this dude with a grenade launcher, and it was really goofy. It was really bizarre. And then you do like this whole like sequence where you're on a car and you have to like use a grenade launcher to shoot down a plane that your bad guy's getting on. And it was really dumb. It was really dumb.
Sounds dope.
But yeah, I think this was like part of the reason why I asked why I played why I played all 3 Max Payne games was because of the remakes being teased or like announced. And I think that the remakes would probably be a good idea just because like Max Payne 1 is a little rough, but I would like to see what they do and what they like enhance from that. Especially in like the newer engine that they're using right now, specifically Remedy. And that's also another thing I want to point out is like you can tell the writing differences from like 1 and 2 and then 3 because you know 1 and 2 were specifically Remedy's games that they developed, and then 3 was Rockstar developed. So like you could see the differences in those games when it came to its writing. They're cheap, by the way. I think they're still on sale on Steam, but they're super cheap.
The old games?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I played the first one when I was younger.
Yeah.
I don't think I followed up with the rest of them.
2's good.
But they were fine, or it was fine back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
From what I remember, and from what you just told me, it's not something I'd really want to revisit.
Yeah.
And like you said, it'll be interesting to see what they do with the new ones, and whether or not they can hang with games today, you know?
Yeah, I would like to see if they do anything different with the remakes. Like maybe they add like something, I don't know, something a little different, you know, with the bullet time stuff.
Do you think it's going to be the same exact stories? Like nothing change at all, or you think they're going to change anything?
I don't know.
Because is it a remaster or a remake? Because it's remake.
The remake. They're probably going to have to tweak
there'll
some
be changes,
stuff.
right?
Yeah, they're probably going to have to tweak some stuff because it is a remake. It is a remake.
I would assume most of the story is going to stay the same, but maybe like
probably some elements might change because like
time frame could be different. Maybe.
No, because like there wouldn't really need to be a change in its time frame because it's fine where it is. Because I don't think they even like establish what time it's supposed to be. Like either way, like well, I think the only thing. Because like Max Payne 1 came out in like 2001, I think. So the only thing that is a bit of, you know, something that you don't see in modern times is a payphone, and Max is using a payphone a lot. So I think that's like the only other thing. But I would say like their stories are kind of contemporary, where it's like it's this neo-noir aspect, and it's like it's goofy. It's like it's supposed to be dark, of course, but like it's still goofy. I think they would have to change a lot of like some of the narrative stuff because 1 tried to do a lot of things like all at once. Like they tried to do like a whole like satanic cult thing that didn't go anywhere, which was really weird, but it was in there. I feel like 2's story is actually kind of okay. Because it's mostly just Max trying to like not die. Cause like 1's whole thing is Max gets he gets framed for a murder, and he has to figure out why he's being framed, and then like it leads to the whole thing as to like why his wife was murdered, and like this whole conspiracy theory that goes on. And then 2 is basically the follow-up of that, where the people that he basically found out like kind of want to get rid of him, kind of. But then, you know, that's why I felt like 3 was just a weird one, because 3, Max is in Brazil, so he's having fun in Brazil. But man, like a lot of the characters in Max Payne 3 were like, besides Max, a lot of the characters in Max Payne 3 were like kind of not well written, to be honest.
That's fair.
Old
Old games really felt like that though, I think.
Not well written.
Character wise, yeah.
Yeah, you only got like the only complex character was, of course, Max. Everyone else felt a little one-dimensional. Because the only other person that I would have to say that might be a little interesting was Max's love interest, Mona. But like everyone else is just like very one note. Oh well, in 2, there's another character, this other detective by the name of Winterson. She was a little like complicated, I guess, because of her whole thing that had to do with Max Payne 2. But yeah, everyone was like a little one-dimensional besides Max, because God, I'm trying to think, because like Max Payne 1, they did a lot of like crazy things to like kind of go into Max's psyche, where you had like a level where you're like completely drugged out, and you're running through your house, but like it's all like weird and malformed, and you're like kind of reliving through the experience of like obviously finding your wife and child murdered. And it does this whole thing where you're on a platform of like trying to find your kid, and like going along this like trail of blood. Like it just like was really kind of fucked. Like it was really dark. And then 2, like I said, like was interesting because it does that again, where it kind of talks about like Max's paranoia and his whole issues with trusting people. Like that's what I'm saying, is that like Max was a very complicated character, and then 3, he's just a fucking old man idiot. The fucking old man that hits walls and gets up so fucking slow and hates Brazil. Actually, he doesn't hate Brazil, but I think the only thing that I kind of miss, that I kind of like, I kind of think that it should have stayed in like New York / New Jersey, was because of all the Italian accents from like the mafia guys you're hearing, that they're like very stereotypical. And it's I don't know, the bad mafia Italian men made me laugh whenever they talked. But yeah, they're good. They're good in their own way. Like I said, Max Payne 3 is not a terrible game. It's just different. And I would say for like a lot of Max Payne enthusiasts, I don't know if like Max Payne really has, I would say it has fans, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like
any game would have any fans, to be
yeah,
honest.
I guess. Yeah, I guess for fans of like the first 2 games, they wouldn't like 3 because of how different 3 is. But like I said, it's good in its own right, but there are some things that you know, like I was thinking throughout the time I was playing it, was just like like you know, 1 and 2 felt a little bit better with its bullet time stuff. Because when I was playing 2 and you're doing the bullet time stuff, you're like going fucking crazy, man. Like you're doing the fucking slow motion jump forward, and then there's a dude on your right, and you're and then you turn back to your left, and then you turn all the way around back you, and just and you're doing all this shit, and then you play 3 right after, and you're fucking hitting walls, and you're being interrupted every time you do the bullet time, and it's stupid. It's stupid.
Yeah, the best.
Yeah, yeah. But I would say if you want to give them a shot, I think even on Xbox, like they got the backwards compatibility stuff too, for all 3 games. Which I don't know because like the PC version, because for me when I was playing 1 and 2, apparently 1 and 2 have some PC issues, that I didn't know about. I think I probably downloaded some patches and stuff, or like some mods to make the experience go well for me, but I didn't really run into any issues in the first 2 games. But I don't know. And 3 ran fine. Like 3 is a modern game by all standards. The only thing I hate, and the thing that I thought to myself, oh, maybe I can try to go for like all the achievements, fucking multiplayer achievements. I forgot Max Payne 3 has multiplayer.
Majority of old games have multiplayer achievements like that.
Yeah. Yeah. So I was like, all right, well, guess I'm never playing Max Payne 3 ever again.
Wow.
Yeah. That's the thing, is that like I don't like multiplayer achievements. They're stupid. I feel like it's stupid. I'm trying to think, what else have I done besides those 2 games? I played a little bit of Midnight Club Los Angeles. It's a good racing game. I like me some racing games. I don't know if
Yeah,
I don't know if I ever explained this, but I think it's still a crime. I put this on my Twitter. I think it's a fucking crime that Kid Cudi's Switching Lanes is not there in Midnight Club Los Angeles. It's such a good song. Every time I would do a race, I'd fucking blast that song on, and it got patched out because of fucking copyright shit. It sucks. It's such a good fucking song, especially if you're like fucking speeding through and like doing jumps and shit. I'm gonna send a link to like that song, but it's such a good fucking song. Yeah, I played a little bit of that. I'm trying to get back into racing games, to be honest, because I still had to, like, I kind of want to experience Forza Horizon 5, but I want to play the other Forza games, the other Horizon games. And I watched some movies and stuff. There's that. Did you guys watch any movies and stuff?
Mm,
Not that I remember, to be honest.
Okay. Well, Haller didn't watch anything because he didn't watch Midnight Mass, so
pretty sure I watched the Batman, but I think I said that last time.
Did you?
I can't remember.
I can't remember either. Well, what's your rating on the Batman?
Like 3.5, maybe 3 stars out of 5.
Oh, I thought I was gonna say out of 10. I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, I was about to be like, okay.
I was like, holy shit.
It was cool, man. I really like. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I talked about this last time. I really liked what's his name? Patterson. He was cool.
Robert Pattinson?
Yeah. Yeah, Patterington.
Yeah.
He was really cool, man. I think he
Paddleton.
played the role well.
As the Batman.
Huh?
Oh yeah, we did talk about this because I remember bringing up the whole thing about like fucking Zoe Kravitz as Catwoman.
It just feels like in that movie, it feels like they shot the movie in only 3 spaces. It feels really small.
Even though it's in a whole city?
Yep.
Huh. Weird. I would have to give that movie a shot.
It's 3 hours long. Doesn't feel like it's 3 hours long. Just because they
Really?
made it really small. Yep.
Huh.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that from a Batman movie. Well, wasn't like the Dark Knight Rises, like wasn't that like fucking 3 hours?
I think
Yeah.
that was like 2.5, something like that.
Yeah. Okay. I forget what was it? It was Batman Begins. I don't remember. Is Dark Knight Rises the one with Joker?
Mhm.
And what's the third one?
Oh man.
I don't remember. I want to reach for my phone. Look for this.
We had the Batman Begins, the Dark Knight, and the Dark Knight Rises. So the
Oh,
Dark
Dark
Knight
Knight Rises.
was
Okay. Dark Knight Rises is
Joker.
the
Dark Knight Rises was Bane,
Yes, it was Bane.
and Batman Begins was Scarecrow.
Yeah.
Scarecrow and I don't really give a fuck about Bane, but the first two were great.
It's been a while since I've seen those movies.
Dark Knight Rises, they shouldn't have put multiplayer in it, a lot like Max Payne.
Like Max Payne 3. Every third game or every third thing needs multiplayer. That's right.
Apparently.
Yeah, I probably have to give that movie a shot. Oh, speaking of Batman, for a thing that I watched the Lego Batman movie.
Nice.
Oh, that was so good.
Because I am a child at
Don't spoil
heart.
it.
It's
Don't spoil it. I don't want to hear all the spoils.
Well, he's Batman.
I'm
and-
spoiled.
Yeah, he's Batman. It's good. It's honestly really good. I was not expecting it to be good. I mean, I watched the Lego movie. I remember watching that. And I remember actually having moments where I laughed because I liked it. And I was
Like
not
the movie with Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell and Chrissy Pratt.
Yeah, that was really funny.
Yeah, it was funny. Yeah, I remember enjoying it because and then when I saw that the Lego Batman movie was going to be a thing, I was just like, oh, okay, I guess. And I never paid any mind to it. And I just at a whim, I was like, all right, I'll watch it. And yeah, it's really good. A lot of the humor. I think Will Arnett as Batman was a really good choice because it's I don't know. Have you guys ever seen Arrested Development?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so Haller has. I love Job. Like Job is one of my favorite characters on that show. So to have Batman essentially just be Job was like, I don't know, for some reason a good choice. Cause like he's just a boob. He's just an idiot most of the time. Like he's not like I don't know. Like I don't know if like Batman fans actually like that version of Batman, but it's a fucking Lego Batman, so it's like
No, it's a joke. I'm sure. I don't know what a hardcore Batman fan looks like. I don't have any friends that are that or know directly people like that. But I would assume, like I would assume that you guys can. When I have like a favorite thing and there is a comedy version of it, it's pretty easy to laugh at and go, "Oh yeah, it's funny."
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially if it's like if it makes references and stuff like that. It's just like
Yeah. And remember, the TV show Batman came from what's his name? I can't think of his name. The joke guy. The joke.
The joke man.
Woody Harrelson comes into my mind, but that's not his name, obviously.
Which
original
show?
Batman TV show. You don't remember? The guy died a couple of years ago.
Oh, you mean the '60s one with Adam West?
Yes, Adam West is the word. That's
oh my god! I was like, what TV show?
Yeah, that show was one big joke. So I would assume, like,
well, to be fair,
people...
the original Batman comics were goofy, regardless. Don't you remember when Joker said boner?
No, I've never read the comics.
Okay, well, I remember. He's like, they're laughing at my boner, Batman. And then boner in like the 60s meant something completely different. I think it was like the equivalent to like a flub or a mistake. So, not Batman. Joker says boner. There you go.
That's definitely super awkward now.
Yeah. I mean, boner. I mean, it's funny. But boner.
I mean, Hammerlock says boner fart in Borderlands 2.
Okay, we don't talk about Borderlands, alright? We don't talk about Borderlands. Stop it.
That's good.
Stop. Is it though?
Yes.
Why?
Yeah.
Okay, see? Exactly. Shut up, Wesley.
Yeah, I said 2 specifically.
2's okay. It's been a while since I played 2, so I don't remember. I remember I think I was in high school when I played that game, so I think my humor was way different back then. Because if I were to go back and I hear just Claptrap saying butt boner fart bag, then I'd probably just lose it. Anyways, let's get away from that. Yeah, so the Lego Batman movie I saw, there was two things that I watched on Netflix. I watched uh Conversations Conversations with a Killer, the John Wayne Gacy tapes. That was spooky. It was scary. It was fucked up. If you know anything about John Wayne Gacy, then yeah, it wouldn't surprise you.
Nice.
Basically, so to explain to Wesley, John Wayne Gacy was a serial killer who
Nice.
don't say that, because the amount of shit in this fucking thing is pretty fucking horrendous. His usual victims would be young males, specifically between the ages of like 14 to 20. He would go after, and like how this whole documentary ends is essentially there's a hotline for like families of families of victims, if they haven't found like that specific victim's body, to contact the police in that area to let them know that, you know, their family member is still missing to this day. There's a little thing at the end of the documentary that says they found someone in like 2021.
Gross.
Jeez.
That's how fucking crazy it is.
But
So-
I thought Gacy was funny, you know?
He was a clown.
Yeah, so we don't haha with him? I don't understand.
No, no,
What?
especially when you watch that documentary. I didn't laugh.
Yeah, I know about him. He's gross.
Yeah, and the whole thing of like the finding the bodies in his house.
Uh-huh.
I think I want to say they found in total of like 30 bodies in the house, and when they had the conversation with him, he was like, "Oh, he's like, that's just in the house. Like, I threw some in like the river." So,
Jesus.
and they, the one specific person they were looking for, in the documentary, they found him like, I think I want to say like a year or two after Gacy's conviction. So it's just fucked, dude. It was super fucked. But like the whole process of them going through the house and like finding body after body after body after body, running through fucking Christmas to like New Year's, was insane.
He used to use is it limestone or something to cover up the smell and the when you would put it underneath the house, right?
I don't know, because basically one of the cops, they went into his house because he was doing this whole cat and mouse shit, and when one of the cops went into his bathroom, the smell was so strong that the cop was like, "There's a fucking dead body in this house." Like, it is that strong. So it's like not even that he was like, he probably was trying to mask the smell in something, but he wasn't doing it well. If the cop was like, "It smells bad."
I would imagine when you have a large amount of dead people in your house that it's not gonna smell good.
Yeah, especially fucking 30 bodies. And like,
Yeah, I watch a lot of those things where it's like either a mass murderer, I guess technically serial killer, right?
Yeah.
Or like just like really bizarre murderers on like Netflix or YouTube and stuff like that. These guys are always just really like just fucking weird.
yeah, I mean, Gacy was like the biggest one where, you know, I think the whole appeal of like this specific docu-series was that here's conversation tapes that the cops had with him. So you hear his voice and you hear him admit it.
Yeah.
And like it you start to see that like yeah, he was a huge control freak.
There's sorry, go ahead. My
No,
bad.
no. That was basically
No,
it. No? Okay.
he's a control freak. What were you gonna say?
He was basically now you put me on the spot. You're forcing me to continue on. No, he was a control freak, and he was very like power hungry, because like even then he was doing like political stuff and trying to be involved with like community services and stuff like that. Like he was very like, he tried to make himself seem important. I think that's where I was trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah. So go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh, so you're talking about like hearing his voice and stuff,
Mhm.
directly through the tapes. There's a podcast called Sword and Scale, I believe. And they pull audio directly from everything they do, or
Mhm.
like every story they cover. And it's always like the stories they cover tend to be like really heinous crimes.
Yeah.
So like the most recent one I remember listening to was this boyfriend girlfriend. They're old. They're like 40, 30s, 40 maybe. These people going back and forth, domestic violence type of thing. And basically, long story short, eventually the guy never, I don't think, actually really harmed the woman. Maybe he hit her like once, but it was a lot of the time like she was beating on him. And eventually he did a bunch of drugs and cut her fucking head off. And the way they found out about it was he was driving his truck with her head in the back of his truck, and like the, what do you ever you call that thing, the
The
bed.
trailer, or is it a pickup truck?
Yeah, pickup truck, so it's
Yeah,
like
yeah,
the bed
the
of the
bed.
truck.
Mhm.
And he slams his car into an oncoming car trying to kill himself. He kills the mother of somebody. Sorry, the reason I said it's the mother of somebody is the child was in the car as well.
Mm.
And he kills the mom that was driving the car. The child survives. Uh, and the cops, this is you, like, you can hear the whole thing on tape except for the car accident, obviously, because it already happened. And you hear the cops say, what happened? And the guy's like, I cut my girlfriend's head off. And like the cop's like, oh, like I think he's just delusional, like he doesn't know what's happening. He just got in an accident. And then the other cop goes, no, there's a head over here.
Holy
And
shit.
like, and then you hear from like the daughter of the mother that was in the car accident, who has nothing to do with this whole like feud with the girlfriend boyfriend. They were just like random people that this happened to. And what's it called? Oh god, they talk to her now in her age now, or like maybe
Wow.
as she was older or whatever, and she's just like, yeah, like I really miss my mom, and like and she's just like, I'm really happy like that I was able to like be okay, like I'm with my grandmom and like everything's okay. And she's just like, I talk to my mom sometimes and I love her and I miss her. And I was just like, man, that's a shitty person, like that took your mom away for like no reason. Like he literally like just had no reason to do any of the stuff he did. I mean,
Yeah.
life's shitty, but it is what it is. Anyways,
Yeah.
the
No.
the podcast is really good. And they, like I said, like more so the point was they pull, just like you were saying, from the real story. They pull it out and just like let you hear it, and they'll just basically guide you through it. They're like, this is what's happening, here you go, listen.
So, quick question. You said that the guy chopped his girlfriend's head off?
Yes.
Okay. Fuck. Fuck.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That's a lot of work, by the way, like cutting pieces off of a body,
Oh, how would you know this?
because bone is hard to cut through.
Serial killer
And
man.
so if you think about it, right, when you're getting surgery or if you're getting something amputated, a doctor is using something that can cut through you hopefully easily, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming. But
Mm-hmm.
have you ever tried to cut a piece of wood with a saw?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know how dense bone is, but I'm assuming it's denser than a piece of wood.
You're assuming.
It's
Mm.
it's
Mm.
very hard to cut a piece of wood.
Howler might or might not be a murder man.
Hashtag not confirmed. Confirmed.
Hashtag confirmed. You heard it
All right,
here. Breaking news.
I love it.
No, because like it's like how you said is like it's one of those things where obviously for that girl it was like just on misfortune that happened.
Mm.
Like that's fucking horrible, and that's also I kind of want to. I unfortunately like to relate that to like the docu series. He obviously like Gacy obviously had an MO to like what he was looking for, but at the same time he would just pick random strangers. Like the one person that you're given was like this like 16-year-old dude who was just working at like at a drugstore that Gacy was like, yeah, he's my target now. And that was it. Like whoever he decided, that's it. That's his next victim. Like
It's because it's weird because like he it's essentially like kind of like getting hyper fixated on something.
yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I mean, people do that all the time with normal shit, right?
Yeah, normal people.
Right. Well, I'm saying like normal things like playing a video game, work,
Mhm.
drinking. I don't know, like whatever, right? Like normal things.
Yeah.
But like, I guess it kind of sucks when somebody gets hyperfixated on murdering.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, eh. That was the thing is that like they interviewed like this one guy who like this dude is like in his like early 60s and he remembers when he was like 19 years old and just happened chance um like what like got invited to Gacy's home,
Mm.
and basically what happened was a friend of his was working for Gacy because Gacy at the time was a like a restaurant manager for a KFC. So he needed to go get his check, and basically uh the friend was like, "Oh yeah, like we're planning on going out and this and that." And Gacy was like, "Oh, why don't you and your friends come back to my place? I got a pool table, I got a bar, like, we can just drink and hang out. And just chill basically." So they go to his house, they're doing the whole pool table drinking and shit like that. Um and they have plans to go to like another state for like another party the next day. So they told the one guy, the friend, to stay with Gacy, and they'll meet each other, tomorrow and at the place that they plan on going. Um so the guy is like, all right, I guess I'll stay with this guy. So after his friends leave, Gacy gets all fucking murder weird, and he's like, take off your pants. And he's like, what? And he's like, take off your pants. And then he pulls out a gun, and the guy's like, what are you, what's the gun for? And he's like, I'm just fucking around with you. Haha, you should have seen the look in your eyes. Like, he was fucking crazy. Obviously. But like, to hear this guy's like whole experience as like someone in his later age talk about a time when he was like fucking 19 years old, it's scary, it's horrifying. Like it like you can see in his eyes that like it haunts him. And
Yeah.
even though Gacy's dead, like it still haunts him. But yeah, it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. I don't know, like this kind of gets into the whole thing because like obviously a lot of people are like obsessed with like murder, like docu series and stuff like that, and like there are a lot of people who like advocate the in the sense that like for some reason people are like glorifying murder, which I don't really view that, to be honest, when I'm watching stuff like this, because it's like I just want to see this current thing, because I knew nothing. Like I only knew like that little part about Gacy, that he was like the clown, and I knew nothing about the whole thing about the house having the bodies inside it. You know, his whole fixation on like young men specifically. I knew nothing about that, and to like watch this and like hear him say it, I don't know, like it wasn't necessarily fascinating to me, but it was somewhat interesting.
Yeah, I mean they're all interesting, right?
Yeah.
I think it's more like I guess depending on the person, really. I think for myself, I like to hear these things just to like one, know what these people are like.
Mhm.
So like if I ever felt like I was in this situation or around somebody like that, I would know better, like what the signs are for someone like that, I guess.
Mhm.
And then the second thing would be, um, what I really find interesting is, uh, the lack of remorse from these fucking people is like,
Yeah.
uh, really interesting because a lot of the time people are remorseful for murder.
Mhm.
Even like people that, gang violence, stuff like that. You watch like other things about like prison or whatever, and you see these guys and they're like, I shouldn't have done it. I'm a fucking idiot. Now I'm here for life or whatever,
Yeah.
But like you watch like Gacy or someone like that, and it's like, uh, them laughing about it or like smiling and being like, yeah, it happened, man. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, like they're like essentially like they're essentially a chameleon. That's what they are. Like they just blend into like society and stuff like that. And like
Yeah.
like I was saying, is that he was like weirdly power hungry, and he was like getting involved in like social events with like politicians and stuff like that, and trying to be part of the community, where it's just like he's living this one life while doing this other obviously this fucked up shit. And even being married, like he was married to someone, um only for the person that he was married to come out and say that he didn't really love them, like he showed no affection to them. So it was just like this thing that he was trying to do to blend in, essentially.
Hmm.
So I don't know, like I know that this particular like docu-series on Netflix called Conversation with a Killer also has like the Ted Bundy tapes. So I don't know how that one is, but yeah, I just, for some reason, I was like, I'm just gonna watch this John Wayne Gacy one, and yeah, it was a fucking trip. I was like, holy fucking shit. Um, yeah, docu series, murder docu series. Cause I like, this is also the other thing, is that like my cousins are like very obsessed with like murder series and stuff like that. So like I'm saying, like this comes back to the whole thing about like glorification of like serial killers, which, like I said, I don't really do that, to be honest. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like great that they get glorified, right? But
Yeah.
they're gonna be regardless, at least like this time in the world's life.
Yeah, I
Like
guess.
in these years or whatever, because
Yeah.
it's such a big payout to have people watch those things. And everyone, not everyone, but a good amount of people enjoy watching these for
Yeah.
entertainment. So it's going to be a thing for a while, I think.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the thing, is like I'm saying, is that like they're interesting because of the fact that you're learning this double life of a person, or just like who they are for some reason, like the reason why they do this. Like the other thing that I watched was like the Night Stalker docu series on Netflix, where they talk about that guy, and
I watched that one.
it was fucking nuts, where he just went into people's houses and murdered them.
Yep.
Like he was cold-blooded. And then, like I'm saying, like it's more the glorification of like those fucking weirdos who are writing him letters to marry him. Like that's more glorifying it rather than just trying to understand this person.
It's always a really weird layer of that whole thing, of the whole murder
Groupies.
or what's it called, serial killer. Yeah, groupies.
Yeah.
Not I guess like even if it was just even if it was just one person, even just one person to write to him, and be like, "I love you, you're so cute." It's like,
Yeah.
right, but he
Murdered.
murdered.
Someone. Yeah, he murdered someone.
Like, he probably would want to murder you too. Is that what you're into? And
Like-
some people are, yes,
Yeah. Some
which
fucking
is
weirdos.
again really weird. I think that I think the mixed emotion in that whole situation of people being attracted to these serial killers is the mixed emotion of passion and thinking that they're going to be passionate towards you because they have such passion for something like murder, which sounds weird, right? But I think that I think that's the connection, maybe, and maybe I'm wrong, but
I
that's where
think
my brain goes, I guess. It's like maybe they feel like he's going to be this like extremely passionate person for them or towards them, but probably not.
But then there's also like the people that are like, oh, here's like a damaged person. Let me
Yes,
fix them.
let me try to be the one to fix them. Yeah,
that's true. I didn't think
And
about
then
that
be
either.
like- and then be known as the person that's like, oh hey, I fixed this so and so serial killer or whatever.
I fixed.
Don't worry, he is allowed back in society,
I was about
guys.
to say, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I fixed the Night Stalker. Yeah, he's my boyfriend.
He is now called the Daywalker.
Yeah,
Bro,
bro. Like, what was that thing? I think there was something in that specific in that series where I think they talked to like the granddaughter of like one of the victims.
Uh-huh.
Like, she was like talking about how like she doesn't. It's like even to this day, like why? Like he just was so cold blooded that he just did that to anyone.
Huh?
It's like, how the fuck, like it comes back to the whole thing of like, how the fuck are you gonna fix this person that does such cold-blooded shit like that?
The bizarre thing is, like, I don't know how often you watch these things or how much you watch these things, but like
Every so
there's a ton of these things that like, or these people that are, it's actually linked sexually to them.
yeah,
The way that they kill people, they get
Well-
the same like charge you do when you essentially masturbate or something like that.
yeah. Gacy, the Gacy one was like specifically that because like he was obviously very well. It's weird because like he would go after specifically men, but in the interviews that he had, he would say that he's not homosexual, nor is he bisexual. He just does it for pleasure.
I'm sure he was gay, wasn't he?
He says, but yet obviously there was like a lot of like homosexual like tensity that he would do to a lot of his victims, and like I said, they were all male. There was no female victim. There was all male victims. So like he would try. This kind of leads back to the whole thing about that one guy, in his 60s, talking about him being 19 in Gacy's house. Gacy wanted him to take off his pants and basically blow him. And Gacy would be like, yeah, that was the whole thing.
I'm just imagining a guy in a clock.
And he was pointing a gun at his face.
Yeah.
He was pointing a gun at his face and say, blow me, or let me blow you. And it's just like, what? But like I said, like when you get to the tapes of him talking and conversating with the cops, he's like, yeah, I'm not gay. I'm not bisexual. Like I just do it for me, essentially. Like it's something that kind of like separates that part of like any emotion of like love or like any affection just for his own pleasure. So like I'm saying is, and when you watch that tape and after that whole moment of him quote unquote fucking around with him, the dude tries to sleep in a room and then wakes up to Gacy next to him at night, and all he sees is like a little bit of light shining through the window on Gacy's face, and then a knife at his throat where Gacy's like, let's finish what we started in the pool room. And it was like fucking like this dude's like scarred, like
Did
obviously.
this guy do everything with him, like sexually?
No. He again, Gacy was like, "Oh no, I'm still fucking around with you. Have a good night."
So they never
No.
did anything sexually. So this is something I wonder is like I don't remember everything from these. Like I don't remember Gacy well. At least like what he like if he had sex with these people before he killed them or whatever, like had sexual activities with them. So like what it sounds like is like at least with this guy, if he had sexual activities with men before he killed them, maybe he did that thing and then thought like, you're fucking gay," and then killed them. Like he basically resented the situation, right?
I would think so, because this kind of leads back to the whole thing of like basically Gacy's childhood, where he was like emotionally scarred by his father in the sense that like his father demeaned him, and anything that he did that he tried to basically get his father's attention, his father will always like cut him down and just, you know, not give him any praise. So it's essentially a lot of daddy issues. Um it's essentially that, and like it's one of those things where it's like
Eh.
it's his surrounding that essentially affected him to being a crazy person.
That shit never makes me feel bad for people though. Like we've all had problems growing up and we didn't fucking kill people, so fuck you.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But like it I don't know, like I don't really remember in watching that series of like there was like specifically a turning point, because even then um they don't I don't think he even explains it's like his first killing. Like he's killed so many people that he doesn't even remember.
Yeah, I would assume at some point you just start blending everything together, right?
Yeah. Because
That's
that
wild though.
yeah, I mean that kind of brings back to the whole thing of like finding the 30 bodies in the house, and then the one
Yeah.
specific that the one specific person the cops are looking for is not there, and they have to fucking ask him, where is that other body? And he's like, I've forgotten that, like they're probably like, he's like, I've thrown so many bodies in the river that like you're gonna have to look there. And then like winter time came by. I don't think it was like a year or two. I think it was like a couple months afterwards, after his conviction, where things like there was a snowstorm and like things started to get cold, and eventually they found the body just like washed up on like a shore. It's fucked, super fucked. But yeah, like I was saying earlier, was that like the docuseries ends with a hotline for families that think that their other family member might have been a victim of John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the most like prolific.
Serial killers, yeah.
It's insane.
So that was my time with that before Wesley said nice.
I stand by it. Nice.
See, thank you. Someone agrees.
Wesley was like, very cool, John Wayne Gacy.
I
very
mean, Robin
cool.
Williams dressed up as a clown. You didn't see him killing people. Just saying.
That's true. That is true. Poor Robin Williams. And I'm trying to think, what else did I watch on Netflix? Oh, I watched season 1 of well, I actually finished both seasons of Russian Doll on Netflix. I liked the first season, second season not so much, to be honest. And second season just came out. I liked season 1 because it does this whole thing of like a time loop, where your main character's stuck in a time loop where there are certain things that like kill her, and she resets to like her the day of her birthday. So
Spoiled
I
me.
mean, it's not basically a spoiler. That's, I mean, I can give a real spoiler, but you know.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, but season 2, I don't know, like I feel like there was a little bit of, how do I explain this? I was very hesitant on watching the show because of its writing. Because just a lot of the characters felt like weird New York hipsters, kind of, but like older generation, which felt a little bizarre. And after watching it, obviously I did like it, and the story itself, the whole time loop stuff, and like how our main character was going to like get out of this time loop was interesting, and that's why I kept watching the show. And that's the thing, is that like the main character is very smart. Like Nadia, the main character, she is very smart. But this is where I felt that season 2, its writing didn't really help Nadia, because there were moments where like she was making a lot of like just crazy mistakes. Because like I don't want to say what season 2 is, because obviously it's very new. But I don't know, like she was making so many mistakes where I was just like, but she understands that like not to do that. God, I'm just gonna leave it at that. It's just like I enjoyed season 1 more than I did 2. So yeah, Russian Doll. And I think that's basically it. That's basically what I did with my week. Inscryption, Max Payne, Lego Batman, John Wayne Gacy tapes, and Russian Doll. And yeah, I think that's it. Oh, and I started watching a little bit of, rewatching a little bit of Blood Diamond with Leonardo DiCaprio.
Movie?
Yeah, it's a movie. Blood Diamond. Yeah, that's basically it. That's basically what I did with my week. Yeah. Yeah. No, because I'm thinking, because like I'm trying to, like, when I try to explain Inscryption, I'm just like, man, I cannot explain Inscryption because it's so weird. So yeah, you guys want to take a break or anything?
Yeah, take a little break.
Okay. So I'll be back in a bit. I gotta go get another bottle of water.
It's weird that like people can hear things from like a higher brand, I would say, like HyperX, you know? What's going on?
Hi, I've returned. You talking about shit about me?
No, I'm talking about like my friend Kyle's microphone and how it like picks up everything somehow. And then I was trying to figure out why Wesley, because like his fan's not even touching him. Like it just goes over his bed, and somehow the noise still gets picked up. So it's just one of those things. Like it's got to be the directional sound of the microphone picking it up, obviously, but it's still weird because there are mics that just don't pick it up. I don't know. Maybe it's noise canceling at some point in there that like doesn't have the certain noise canceling.
Like, through what app do you hear him talk through? I don't know.
Discord.
Like
Discord,
Discord?
PlayStation.
Okay.
Any type of situation. Destiny Direct connection, you know?
That is weird.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. I don't think the app itself has anything to do with how noises get picked up.
Because what to say, like Discord has like a lot of like little like additions for like noise cancellation or like noise
Okay, that's fair. So if you had a noise coming through, it could help maybe mask it or something.
Yeah, because I think that's what I currently have on Discord, like so it doesn't pick up like small little things. But
where do you see that at in sounds?
In like video and
Video and sound.
I want to see this now because I've never done anything in here.
Are you on the app or the browser?
App on computer.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm on
fancy stuff.
These nuts. Got 'em.
Thesnuts.jpg.
Echo cancellation, that's on. Noise reduction is not on. Noise reduction is disabled with...
I think it's noise reduction.
So noise suppression is activated. So how is that activated?
Or is it noise suppression? I don't know. There's so many noise
So there's
options.
a noise reduction that I see right here. And then it says underneath, noise reduction is disabled while noise suppression is activated. Or active.
So I think it's suppression. That is like ensuring that no fans or cracks or anything like that is happening. Creaks.
Yeah, like one's obviously gonna take over. Oh shit!
What happened?
Shit, kid.
Nah, I placed a bomb by accident.
Are you playing League?
No. I think Stardew.
Yeah, if he was
Oh.
playing League, you would also hear me saying something like left, right, down. He's right there. Get him, get him.
Oh.
No, why'd you do that?
You have Stardew on PC?
Yeah.
I have it on Switch.
Do you
Yeah.
Stardew these
Nice.
nuts?
They have that co-op
Can you do co-op?
on Stardew. Yeah, they did an
Yeah.
update.
Cross-platform?
Cross-platform? I don't know. I don't think so.
I do have Stardew on PlayStation and
Oh.
PC.
Oh wait, I think I have it on PlayStation. Yeah.
Pretty sure
I
it
have
was
it physical.
free.
No, I bought it physical like a long time ago.
Physical.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Gross.
Yeah. Let me go get it. Hey, 1 second. I'll
Dude,
show
honestly,
you. I'll
Stardew
prove
was
it to you.
fun.
It came out physically. Oh.
All right. Well,
Nah, I
Jones is gone. We'll go ahead and start talking about how Xbox now. Yo, that thing. Nope. Put it in front of your
No.
face, maybe. There you go. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Put it in front of your face real quick.
I remember where I got this. I think I got this at GameStop.
Oh, he can't hear me.
Weapon?
Hold it in front of your face.
Oh, that was smart.
That's so weird. It's so
What?
weird seeing like a physical copy of that.
I've started,
Mhm.
Yeah, like the cover looks so fake.
Mhm.
and it's actually kind of cool what it comes with. It comes with a mini guidebook, a map, and a CD.
Hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, and the game itself. Yeah, I don't remember when I got this, but yeah, I have it physically. There we go, Howler. Me and you can play Stardew co-op.
I'm pretty sure Wesley had Stardew if it was free, because then that's how I got it. Probably.
Was it free on PlayStation?
I think it
Probably.
was. Let's double check a map. Because if it is, I'm so down to run a world.
I'm fucking trash at that game. Just heads up.
Stardew.
Stardew Valley is so easy. I don't have it on PlayStation. So
I
it
never
wasn't free.
played it.
Oh, it's literally just a farming sim.
I heard that a lot of people are making comparisons to Harvest Moon. You guys ever played that?
Mhm.
But saying that like
Yeah.
this is like to the good Harvest Moons.
I
Because
like
like
Harvest Moon more.
never played Harvest
I've-
Moon.
Me neither.
Yeah, I like to milk cows and raise chicken. It was fun.
You get to do that
Harvest
here too.
Yeah, but I really like to grab the teat.
Yep.
Like to grab him by the udders.
Like to get that teat going.
Oh my god. Yo, speaking of cows and whatnot, did you hear about the supposedly the guy who tried to milk cow milking contest as an actual cow and got milked like 10 times or some shit?
Oh, I thought that was a joke. Is that real?
I don't know. I just saw it and I was questioning life.
I saw
Where
a
did
picture
you
of it.
see it, Wesley?
It looked like a meme to me.
If it better have been a meme because
Where
It's
did you
real.
see it?
If it's real, I love it.
dude, honestly, I see it like circulating iFunny every now and then.
iFunny it's a meme app.
You do realize iFunny does some news stuff in meme format too, though.
Yeah, they do have some.
Yeah.
Wesley, if you're consuming your news through a meme app, then
No, I'm consuming news through Twitter.
I was gonna
Okay.
say,
Oh, that's even worse.
Technically, I consume my news through Twitter as well, which is also a meme.
But your
Yeah.
defense for it being on the meme app is like it's still technically news, but with some meme stuff on it.
Yeah.
That's Twitter. That's literally Twitter.
It's still a
Yeah.
meme. It's still a meme.
Everything's a meme.
Like the whole Johnny Depp and what's her face thing.
Amber Heard.
I never knew.
Oh.
Yeah, I never knew she shit on Johnny Depp's bed until iFunny was like, yeah, she did it. I was like, wait, what?
I actually watched like some of the in trial stuff.
Oh yeah, yo, shit's it's so wild.
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Besides the whole bed
It's
shitting.
also really fucking boring. I tried watching it and like
I mean, it's
I
court.
forgot how much. It's fucking boring. Court
mean,
sucks, dude. Unless somebody kills
yeah.
somebody, it's not fun.
But you got this shit on the bed.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like the one I forget. I think it's just like a court YouTube channel because that's where I haven't checked out like the full length stuff, but it's just like they've been doing like clips of like specific moments of like
Yeah, the clips
of
I can
testimony.
go through.
Yeah, the
but
testimony.
like the long videos are hard, man. I was watching like CNN, and they were just like, "And what did you do then?" And Johnny Depp is like, "I ate breakfast and I put my pants on." And I was like, "Jesus fucking Christ!"
And then she shat on my bed.
Yeah.
And then yeah, like I think the one clip that I watched besides the bed shitting one was when he talked about his finger. Yeah, where like it was crazy to just like hear the whole explanation. I was just like, it was just a lucky shot that she got where she threw the bottle and like cut his finger.
Yep.
Yeah, but then hearing her lawyers make the argument saying that like he cut it off because they were like, oh, the doctors didn't find any glass shards in like the finger, and from your testimony you said that you told the doctors that you cut it through some other accident when you didn't say anything about Miss Heard throwing a bottle at you. And he was like, yeah, because I was trying to defend her and trying to like make sure she doesn't come out as a crazy person. He's like, I regret doing that. And it was this whole crazy thing of just like,
yeah, it's a lot of like he said, she said. To be fair, because except for the stuff that he actually has audio and maybe video of,
yeah,
you know, all you can say is this happened unless she quite literally is exposing herself on audio.
I mean, the other one I watched was like from her old personal assistant. I think it was the other one.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
her assistant goes off on her.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't think this. What happened?
Apparently, her assistant was supposed to get like paid $13,000 a week. Wasn't getting paid $13,000 a week from her.
Holy shit.
And just like a bunch of like degrading stuff, like how she was a terrible boss and like this and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm just like, dude.
That she would yell at her constantly, and like whenever she would like visit or see how she's doing, she would just be naked, wandering around with no, like as if she didn't exist. And it like the
can
whole
I be assistant?
And then
look, I know she's a but she's still really good looking.
I know, man. I know, okay, because there was a part of me that wanted to say, yeah, I agree with you.
I'm sorry, Johnny Depp.
Yeah, she's hot, all right, but she's a fucking crazy person.
Yeah, but
I don't think being an assistant would be any better.
I don't know, $13,000, and she's making 27% of the time.
I mean, but the amount of shit that like the assistant was talking about, like she had to set up schedules and stuff like that, had to like get her groceries, do like basically mundane shit, and she still wasn't getting paid the amount that she asked for. And on top of that, I think there was a whole thing where she asked for a raise as well. Wasn't that one of the things? And like she got mad.
Sure. Yeah.
Like she got mad because she was asking for a raise. So it's just like degrading work, to be honest. And yeah, hearing her assistant talk about it was like the most interesting part of that. But it kind of like
what's degrading work about that though? Like buying groceries, or do you mean the part about getting yelled at?
Being yelled at and viewed as like less than, because she was basically in charge of like everything in Amber's life. And like Amber that's the thing, is that like degrading in the sense that like she still didn't get paid in some of the things that she was supposed to get paid for. I don't know, man. I just view it as degrading if you don't get paid.
Like, what's crazy is that like during
I do agree she should get paid. If you're like considering degrading being like as far as like the work she did, I mean, a job's a job. You're doing what you're supposed to do.
No, but that's what I'm saying is that like of course the job's a
She should
job.
be paid. I agree. The degrading part of like one not being treated properly at your job, that's not right. That is degrading. Agreed.
That's
But
what.
and the part about like even like the joke about me being like, oh, she's hot, who cares? Of course, like nobody really in a work environment's gonna want somebody to be naked at their work, right? Even if that work consists of like me coming to your house,
yeah,
you should still be able to work in an appropriate manner.
That's what I'm saying. That's the degrading aspect of it.
Right.
Was just like how she was explaining it. Like it all sounded degrading, but not in the sense that of her actual work. If you understand what I'm saying. Like, of course, her job is her job, and that was part of the agreement of her job. But, you know, to conduct her work, Amber was like obviously awful to her. So that's what I meant in the sense of degrading.
Okay, I didn't know if you meant like I said, like buying groceries and stuff. Like,
no,
people do that
because that's what I'm saying, and that's the part of the personal assistant is just like doing all the stuff that you would usually do, but having the other person do it for you. You know, so but I forget because there was a whole thing that when they questioned the personal assistant, they were like she wasn't being paid the amount. She actually was like trying to get like days off to see her kid as well, and like the job wouldn't allow it. It was something of that like nature. Like I think on top of that, like,
she is such a shitty person. Like overall, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, she also has that domestic abuse thing as well. Amber Heard. I forget there was like a whole thing that
With somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh,
the past partner. And then Johnny Depp. Everybody who dated Johnny Depp was like, nah, he was cool. Everybody was like, yeah, he just liked to play guitar with old men.
Dude, that was one of my like favorite ones, where she was like, him and his friends like to play guitar.
They're
old fucking people doing dumb shit, basically. And he just smiles and he's like, yeah, I like guitar. And I'm like, oh, I love you, Johnny. You're my favorite.
Old fat men playing their old fat guitars.
It's so sad too, because he's not fat. Fuck you, you bitch.
He's an old man.
She's so hot. She's so hot.
I hate you, but you're so hot.
Be more Aquawoman for me. Oh God, I love you.
Oh God, I forgot she was in that movie.
Yeah, you know, Jason Momoa actually tried to stop the director from having her on the movie.
I love Jason Momoa. I love Jason Momoa and I hate him at the same time.
He physically did not want her in the movie because of that.
Good.
That's right. I forgot about that. There were people that were really outspoken about her being in that movie. Man, that goes to show too that like even as like on a working level, it's just like she sucks. Yeah, I don't know, man. But I think that also goes to show that like maybe older celebrities shouldn't really marry people like 20 years younger than them.
No, I would do it. I'd fucking do it. I'd do it.
That's you.
God, she's so hot. I mean, yeah.
Oh my God.
Jesus. All right, we get it, Howler.
Can't stop thinking about how amazingly mean she is. She's so mean, guys. She's such a mean. Yell at me, please. Yell at me, Amber.
Oh my God.
Throw bottles at my fingers, please, girl. Shit on my bed.
Shit, yo, that would have been the one where I was like, you gotta get the fuck out of my house.
Yeah, you say that, and then you're like, but you're so hot. Shit on my bed again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the situation calls for it, you know.
Well, What's even crazier is that during his testimonial of that, he was like, "Yeah, I wasn't surprised or like mad or anything. I just found it extremely hilarious that
There is,
someone would
because
do
yeah,
that."
because it's like, who in the right mind does that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's literally an episode of what's it called? Always Sunny in Philadelphia. They pooped the bed one time.
Oh my god.
God.
Also, did you see the thing about the Milani makeup palette she had in her purse when her lawyer was like, quote unquote, this is the makeup that she used to cover up her bruises.
No, I didn't see that one.
The company literally came out and was like, yeah, um, the makeup palette I released after the whole ordeal with them.
Oh,
Oh,
oh
wow.
no!
Wow.
Makeup company
Here,
was like,
I'll send.
Don't the makeup company was like, don't use us to cover you up, bitch.
yeah.
Yeah, and then
Holy shit.
uh, and then I don't know if you saw is that Dior I think is the only company that still kept Johnny Depp as a what the fuck do you call it?
Like
A
a
worker.
fashion ambassador, I think it was.
Yeah, there you go, like a spokesperson kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, because that's actually something that me and Haller talked about, I think last week, that like the whole Dior thing of like when they talked to Johnny Depp's sister, uh the mean thing that she heard Amber say to him was after the the deal with Dior, she told Johnny, why would Dior want to do a deal with you? They only do deals with fashionable people. You're just an old fat man.
Mm.
That was that was one of the things about Dior. But I mean, Johnny Depp wears scarves and fedoras. He looks like a pirate, so it's fine.
arr.
Arr, shit in my bed, girl.
Oh my god.
Amber Heard, if you're listening.
I just put it in the chat thing. I don't know if you'll be able to see it through that, but that's the
Mm.
Milani video.
No, I'll probably watch it later. Um, yeah, the whole trial is kind of nuts because it's also interesting that like he's suing for like what is it like
100 million.
Hey, give me a
Yeah.
second. I actually have to do something really quick, and then I'll be back to do the whatever.
wow. I think it's like 50 million, and then she's countersuing for 100 million.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
I know he's suing her for a bunch. Oh shit.
and she's suing him for a bunch more.
Apparently, like what people were also saying is that like if he wins this lawsuit, he could um literally sue the companies that fired him because of
Because of the
her.
whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy because like they really blacklisted him after all
Mhm.
that. But I mean, that's what happens is that like I think that's also from a business perspective is just like they don't want to be a part of that, so they're just like better off getting rid of them. But I mean, that's their own loss in a way. Because I think he mentioned something about like the Pirates movies that like he's not gonna be in them anymore.
Oh yeah, he's done with them.
Yeah. Is it
'Cause
because
they're-
of that? Or
that I don't know.
Hmm.
But supposedly from what my sister was telling me is that they were supposed to make another one
Pirates
after
6?
yeah.
I lived.
Did you shit your bed?
Oh.
Did I shit my bed? I'm so hot. I'm so hot.
Oh
Amber Heard, shit my bed, please.
my god. Jesus.
Oh man, yeah, that should be crazy. I completely forgot about that, the bed shitting thing.
Wow, did you just say bitches be crazy?
I said that shit be crazy,
Fuck.
I mean, she do be crazy though.
and she's crazy. That bitch be crazy. There you go. There you go. You got that right there. All right, gentlemen. So you want to talk about some old news, I guess?
Yeah, what are we starting with?
I guess we can start with the Netflix thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say because you've been talking about your Netflix shows and everything a bunch.
Yeah, I guess that kind of segues into the Netflix shit.
Yeah.
We're all subscribed to Netflix, correct?
No.
Okay, Wesley's not
I just
subscribed.
like the way you said no.
Wesley does not subscribe
Never.
to the Netflix. Well, Wesley. Well, you are Haller, right? Obviously,
Wait,
because
technically I'm not, but somebody is.
you. Okay, so this kind of leads into the whole thing as well. As for someone Wesley that doesn't have a subscription, and Howler that may or may not be using his own account, so Netflix is basically coming out with a they're throwing ideas essentially, because when reading this article from IGN saying how Netflix is like,
Oh wait, you started it already?
yes, I'm talking about it.
No, the whole recording thing. Okay, no, you're fine. You're fine.
Dude, we've been recording.
Oh, I thought you stopped it during the
No,
break.
no,
Oh.
this goes
No,
on.
he's just gonna cut it out.
I cut, yes, I cut it out,
Mm.
bro. It's, you
Okay,
know how
fair.
annoying
Get
that
with the
is.
program.
Come on, Wesley, get
I'm
it.
not paying.
What
I
are you,
told you I'm
pooping
playing
in your
Stardew. I'm
bed?
not paying attention.
God,
Oh my god.
fucking put down the Stardew. All right, all right. Put down the Stardew. Let's talk about the Netflix.
All right,
Put
continue.
down to
continue.
Stardew and start doing this podcast.
Start doing the do. Start
Just
doing the do. May I
Alright, just
continue?
continue, whatever. Yes.
All right, as you play Stardew.
Exactly.
So basically, god damn it. So,
Uh,
so basically, Netflix is looking at another subscription plan of lowering prices to get more people on board.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like I'm saying, is that like this article is talking about how they're looking into it rather than going through with the whole idea. But the reason why they're considering this is because they're losing a lot of subscriptions, and on top of that, I don't know, I don't know if really the whole thing of like password sharing has been the whole ordeal as well. There's another speculation of also the whole ban on businesses doing anything with Russia, so there's also that. There's the speculation
that's
with
fair.
that, so they could have lost a good amount of subscribers because of that, because Russia's population is pretty huge.
Mhm.
But they're also talking about like for the lowest plan, they plan on doing like ads for it. And I don't know, apparently Hulu does that. I don't have Hulu, so I don't really know.
I
I
think
have
they still
Hulu.
do it.
Yeah, I have it like paired with my cell phone plan. You pretty much just get Hulu included with your phone plan, but it's just um
Ad
basic.
version, right?
Yeah, you're still getting ads.
So is
But
there another tier in Hulu? Like, is there another subscription tier?
There's a higher
yeah, I
tier.
think it's
There are
like
3 tiers, I believe.
$15.
Okay.
15 for no ads, and then you have I think it's like 20, 25 or something like that with like yes, like all the additional stuff like live shows or something like that.
Yeah, the live TV is a big one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because like also reading in this article, Disney Plus also has something like that as well, and HBO, which I didn't know that they had ads on those.
Yeah, me neither.
Disney Plus was, I started Disney Plus like way before they did the whole Disney, what is it like, they have like another tier in Disney Plus to like watch movies, like an early viewing of movies for streaming, because they did this whole thing when like Black Widow was coming out for Disney Plus, where it's like you can watch Black Widow before its actual date to release on Disney Plus.
They do that with every upcoming movie. You have to pay like
Extra.
an
It was like
additional
$24. Yeah, it
25.
was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, and I was like, fuck that. I was like, cancel. I'm good with my Netflix. I'll watch it through other means, I guess. But
Yeah.
yeah, this whole thing for Netflix to do that, how much do they charge again? That's like $14.99, right? Netflix.
Right now I think it's
Thought it was
13, 14, something like that.
Yeah.
really. I thought
Maybe
it was like
15.
12.
No, I think
Nah,
it
they raised
was.
it.
Yeah, they've raised it over
Oh.
time. I remember that.
I remember getting raised maybe twice. I thought it was like 8 at one point. I didn't think it went up that high. I guess.
Yeah. I think also on
I
top
know
of,
that you can also pay for more screens. I think, depending.
Yeah.
Right.
So I
I
think the $8 one
think-
was like the single, well, one screen, and then all the video quality is at like 720 or something.
Mhm.
And then if you do the whatever the second tier is, like up to I believe 4, with everything being 1080 or I guess HD.
Mhm.
Um, then above that, I want to say it's 6 to 8 TVs with 4K.
that I didn't know. Because like the current plan that, well, my mom is the one that actually pays for it, but like it's five or four accounts. I'm trying to remember. I think it's 4 accounts. Because it's me, my mom, my mom's boyfriend, and my mom's boyfriend's daughter that like are all on one account. But it's not like password sharing where it's like someone else's other account completely. So, but I'm pretty sure she pays like $16 plus change, tax included. So I don't know, like it's a weird one for Netflix to look at like advertisements for obviously for like a lower tier, but like I said, like it might be because of the whole thing with them not doing business with Russia, and because I feel like the whole thing about like the password sharing is kind of bullshit, to be honest, because but who
I mean, it's
knows.
still gonna happen regardless of what you do.
Yeah, and then
So the way that they're gonna fix that problem, password sharing,
Mhm.
is I don't know exactly how they're gonna do it, but through some sort of algorithm, some sort of maybe
Oh, it was
two-factor
like IP. It was
authentication.
I think they were talking about like if the IP address is the same one used for like it was weird. Like they talked about something where it was like more like
Right.
weird weird software shit that they were talking about. But
They'll figure something out to stop it. They will do it.
yeah, we will live with Big Brother Netflix
Hey
watching.
man. I mean,
But-
every site has some type of like way of doing something like that.
Yeah, they're always tracking what you're watching, what you're viewing, what you're interested in. So yeah, this also comes in with like the whole thing of Netflix like losing money, also them spending money, where they're also looking at like gaming stuff as well. I think they opened up like a studio for Netflix gaming specifically.
Mhm.
And then I guess season 4 of Stranger Things is happening, so they're obviously spending money on these productions for other shows, specifically the bigger hits that they have. So I don't know. Who knows? Because even
Right.
then, there's a lot of movies on Netflix that are like Netflix originals, and they're not particularly good, but they are putting money into it. So
Yeah, I mean there are some gems that are actually pretty good.
yeah, no,
For
that I
Netflix
agree.
originals, but
Like
majority of them aren't great.
early Netflix was like just a trash heap of like whatever the fuck you can find. It took Netflix
Yeah.
a while to come out with like A-
Yeah, like
a-
year one Netflix was pretty kind of terrible.
yeah, because the thing
But
was
there
is that-
were some really good like bad movies in there though, man. Like I actually enjoyed
Yeah.
some of the original what Netflix was.
yeah, because I think with Netflix originally, like year one Netflix, they were buying a lot of like uh a lot of rights to a lot of other shows. And that's why we have this whole fucking
Huh.
hell of other subscription services like Disney Plus, Peacock, Hulu.
Right.
That's why like for example, The Office was like the most viewed show on Netflix when it was on there. And then when was it NBC?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They got their own service now.
because they saw that show was doing bangers on that subscription service that they were like,
Banger.
yeah, that they were like, we got to take this shit back. Like we have to stop our contract with them. So, and then they started the Peacock Plus shit, and then Apple TV, and we're living in subscription hell. But that's.
Yeah.
It's with the times.
I think, and I don't really know how or what Netflix's money problems come from or whatever, but I definitely think that the amount of fucking shows they just chug the fuck out, man, and the money they put into these shows, like, maybe hindsight shouldn't have fucking put that much money into so many shows, man, right?
I mean, we got Ozark, we got Russian
No, I
Doll.
love a lot of shows that
We
are
got-
on there. That's
we-
not the problem. The problem is maybe you shouldn't have put all. It's just so much. It's so much, man.
That's the issue, is that like Netflix is so flooded with their own content that it's like, that's what I'm saying, is that like there are moments where it's hard to find that specific gem that you're looking for. And they do that whole thing where they give you recommendations, and there are times where I just look at the recommendations and I'm like, it's not really for me. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
And like if you watch like a different show, it's usually always the same recommendations, and you're just like, okay, when is something new going to be recommended?
Yeah, and even then, like them buying rights to specific shows, I still forget that even though they did the Breaking Bad El Camino movie, the Breaking Bad license doesn't belong to them. It's still technically AMC's.
Right.
So that's why we have to wait for like season 5 of fucking Better Call Saul, and season 6 is happening now. That's the craziness behind that whole contracting, I guess. But you know, there are good shows on Netflix. You know, like I like, you know, I talk about these fucking shows like just what I did earlier about Russian Doll, fucking Midnight Mass, Ozark, like the Archive 81, unfortunately canceled.
Glow was great. Also
Rest in-
canceled.
Which one?
Glow. The women's wrestling.
The women's wrestling. Yeah.
It's really good.
I have to watch that. See, that's the thing, is that like that's also the thing about like specific gems. It's like it's usually word of mouth that you're hearing it from.
Mhm.
So, but then you have like bombs happening, like fucking, the Cowboy Bebop live action, where that got canceled within like the same month it came out.
Yeah.
Just hearing
Cowboy,
Wesley tap.
was it a show?
What happened?
It was a show?
Cowboy Bebop, the
Yeah.
live action series. Yeah.
Yeah. They turned it into yeah.
Yeah. I
Some
mean, I
people
don't like
liked
Cowboy
it.
Bebop, though.
I feel like you're doing this to spite me.
No, I really just don't like Cowboy Bebop.
I love Cowboy Bebop.
I know, people do, you know? It is what it is.
But yeah, like I was saying, is that like they're putting money into other stuff that like either it's gonna do well or it's not gonna do well, and like they're usually a hit or miss. But there's so much though that they're pouring into, and that I feel like that was the crazy one where it was just like, here's a show that they were like heavily promoting. That's also the thing, is that like they were promoting this shit as well. They were heavily promoting that live action Cowboy Bebop, and then canceled it within the same month it released. That was the craziest shit. And I don't know, then they're probably gonna invest in something else. Like Mike Flanagan, the director for Haunting of Hill House, you know, after Midnight Mass, he already has another show confirmed because Haunting of Hill House was so popular. That's why he was able to do the is it the Haunting of Bly Manor? I forget the second one. The Bly Manor one. You know, you got Haunting of Hill House, Bly Manor, Midnight Mass, and now the other one is like The Fall of the House of the Usher. I think.
Bly Manor was 1, Haunting of Hill House was 2, then this one's the 3rd.
I think you have it the other way. Haunting of Hill House is first. Then Bly Manor is
Was
second.
it?
Yeah. You get your facts straight, bruh.
Wow. I can't believe I'd be argued with after you pooped the bed.
Just like Amber Heard. So anyways.
Amber turd.
Oh, you heard it here. Wesley calling out Amber Heard for shitting the bed. I'm sorry. But yeah, there's also the fucking Zack Snyder movie, Army of the Dead. Remember that? Remember that blockbuster movie?
I didn't
Feel
watch
like
it,
I've
but
seen
I
Ex-
it.
know that it happened.
exactly. Some people didn't fucking watch it. I don't know.
Why would I watch trash?
See, but Netflix though.
Laugh at it.
True.
Oh my god, I remember back in the day, me, Chonch, and like our other group of friends, we were just trying to find like really bad movies to watch on Netflix, and we came upon the gem of Zombieverse.
Zombievers. Zombievers.
That was such a good bad movie.
That's what I'm saying. That was the shit that was on Netflix. But who knows? I don't know. Like, if they plan on doing this, then I guess great for them. I don't know. I think they're also saying that, you know, they're not going to force anyone to like go into the other subscription tier, but time will tell. And I guess this kind of like segues into like the whole thing about subscription tiers. The whole PlayStation subscription tiers. It's just this is just a short one because this is something that you brought up, Howler.
When it's coming out.
Yeah, when it's coming out.
Yeah.
Trying to find out when it's supposed to come out. New PlayStation Plus will roll out in select markets in Asia, excluding Japan, on May 23rd, 2022. It will then launch in Japan on June 1st, followed by the Americas on June 13th, and Europe in June 22nd. So yeah, pretty soon. Pretty soon they're gonna start rolling this fucking subscription service. Well, you weren't here when we talked about this, Wesley. What do you feel about this?
If it's not mandatory, I don't really care. They could do whatever. But if they're gonna be forcing like like current PlayStation Plus people being like, oh no, you have to have this new service in order to like play online and everything, then that's just a bad call.
I mean, we're gonna
If
have
it's like
to
an additional thing,
regardless, right?
It's still you still have your base one. The only thing about the other tiers is backwards compatible. Not even backwards compatible, just old games, old legacy games.
oh, then that's fine. And if people want to play like older stuff, then sure.
I basically bitched and moaned saying that it's fucking stupid at the fact that we have to pay more for older stuff.
I mean, no, I don't think that's a problem because
For me,
people
it is.
want legacy. That's the whole money grab of like nostalgia, right?
Yeah, but I don't like the profiteering of nostalgia because of the fact that Sony is like, nah, boy, we won't put on PS2 games on our PS5.
Yeah.
That's just me. I just have beef
No,
with that.
I mean that's true. That's just how they
Yeah, because
operate, right?
that's the whole Nintendo like business practice that they do. Like to sell the fucking Nintendo Online and this stupid fucking expansion pass bullshit for the Nintendo Online, where the only way you can play N64 games is through this fucking shit, and that's why everyone's like, just fucking emulate it, because it's stupid that you have to pay more to play older games.
Yeah.
So, and then like this comes back to the whole thing where I think last week we talked about it, where it's just like Xbox is, nah, if you own the game and we have the right to it for you to play it, yeah, just pop in the disc. It's cool. But I don't know. I'm probably not gonna change my tier at all. I'm just gonna keep it as is, because even then, like, it's still gonna be the same price for the base tier, and then the next tier.
I think I don't think I'm gonna upgrade. It all depends on like. Really, all just depends on like what game comes out on these. Like what I can play that's old that I might actually enjoy.
You just emulate.
I could.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be better to emulate. Then you just have it right there on your computers.
True. I don't know. I mean, I do enjoy being able to just play everything on my PlayStation though.
Yeah. But then you can stop playing League and play.
Also,
with the
like, what if
emulator.
I'm able to gain trophies from this?
I don't think they're gonna have that.
I highly doubt that.
It doesn't mean they're gonna have it day one, but there's the possibility they add these things in later. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think they're gonna have that.
Oh
Listen-
yeah.
You're chasing.
Listen, man,
you're
you guys
chasing-
have
You're chasing that dragon. No,
you guys have the option to disagree or think that it won't happen, but
disagree.
you know,
Highly
I
disagree. Much disagree.
have all the faith in my love for Sony.
You see that? I think that was the dragon that Haller's chasing. Anyways.
Smoking that dragon, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. Like this, because I think the other thing about the tier on top of that was it PlayStation Extra. Yeah, PlayStation Plus Extra is that like you get to play some PS4 and PS5 games. Like they have their own like set of games that they're gonna have in a library. I think that one of the things is that like they're excluding like day one releases as well. So there's not gonna be like anything for like God of War Ragnarok where it's like day one you get to play God of War Ragnarok. You know,
Right.
So it's just like that doesn't seem worth it to me. Like I can't really think of like any other PS4 or PS5 games that I can say that like I gotta play now. It's just like I'll wait for a fucking discount for it, then I can just own it. And then yeah, premium tier was the one that was like we're gonna include PS3, PS1, PS2, and PSP games. That was the other thing. And this is like the whole thing about that specifically is that there is a caveat of like whether or not PlayStation can obtain the rights for some PSP / all those other games. Because this comes back to the whole thing about fucking Crisis Core, where Crisis Core is in a weird limbo, and that's why that game has never been re-released because of fucking Gact. If you don't know who Gact is a very well-known Japanese singer whose face model was the bad guy in that game. So that's why that game has weird licensing shit that goes on.
I feel like I'm getting gacked right now.
Hey man, get gacked. Gacked is backed.
Oh Jesus.
So I don't know. And just a short little thing just to add that. And talking about fucking profit your nostalgia, Howler sent this in for a fucking reboot of Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio from Sega. Their super game initiative. I don't know what the fuck this is. Hold on, because the article didn't load for me, but
Yeah, I mean it's just
Actually.
it's just them putting this all in remake land, like everything else.
here we go. Here's the Bloomberg.
Bloomberg.
The Bloomberg article. Oh no, Destructoid, excuse me. Yeah, so basically Sega really wants to profit from these games because they're looking at like a Fortnite style of service model for re-releasing these games, which I don't know what the fuck that means. A lot of people are speculating that these games, if they were to be remaked / re-released, are looking at like a lot of microtransactions, and that's something a lot of people don't want. Specifically for fucking Crazy Taxi and Jet Set Radio. That's weird. That's really weird. But I don't know. There's also that of like the possibility of NFTs being integrated into this, because the Japanese business market for video games is like also looking into NFTs. I know we talked about like Square Enix looking into NFTs. And Konami is just unashamed for the Castlevania NFTs that they're selling.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where a lot of people are scared to see that. Who knows? Maybe we might get the Crazy Taxi NFT. I don't know. I mean, I as much as I really liked Jet Set Radio and I fucking love Crazy Taxi from my memories, because you know when I was a youngin back in the olden times in the arcade that I used to go to, they had a Crazy Taxi arcade that I would spend my coins on, and I really enjoyed playing it. And it was always super short because how fucking hyper crazy Crazy Taxi is. You know, gotta have that crazy. You know, I have I have it on PC. I have the fucking 360 Sega Dreamcast collection that comes with Sonic Adventure 2 and fucking the Space Channel 5. And I think Jet Set Radio on there. I have to check. I have to really look at that thing again, but like those games are easily obtainable, which I don't know if Sega might. I don't think they're gonna do that though. What I'm thinking is that if they do the Square Enix route, where if they remake these games, they take out the old games from the market, because that's what Square Enix did with Final Fantasy. The older Final Fantasy games was they replaced the old ones on Steam for the new pixel remastered versions. So
Right.
I don't know. I would say buy a copy of Jet Set Radio now on PC just so you can have it. Just in case if like this quote unquote super game is gonna be anything, and if anything bad. But I don't know. And then on top of that, I think the hype for Jet Set Radio has kind of died down because there's Bomb Rush Cyberpunk coming out. So Bomb Rush Cyberpunk looks good. And already has music by like other artists and Hideki Kamiya. Excuse me, not Hideki Kamiya. Hideki Kamiya is complete. Naganuma, excuse me. Kamiya is the director for Devil May Cry. But they have Naganuma's music in it. So, you know, as much as I really like the soundtrack from Jet Set Radio, I'm looking forward to this new thing. So, I don't know. You guys like Crazy Taxi?
I
I haven't played it in ages.
had Crazy Taxi on GameCube when I bought my GameCube bundle when I had the money to buy it when I was younger. I got that, and I want to say a Sonic game mixed in with it, maybe. And I hated Crazy Taxi.
I love the arcade version of Crazy Taxi.
I'm sure it's a good game. I just never really
It's goofy. It's jank.
felt
It's
great
very,
about it.
as far as I remember, it's very jank. It's like the same thing with Jet Set Radio. Jet Set Radio.
I am excited for the Jet Set Radio one though, because I have watched you and multiple other streamers play it, and it looks like a really fun game
It's jank, but
that
yeah,
I would play if it was remade.
the music is good. The music is fantastic. But like I said, the spiritual successor being Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, the guys who made
Right.
Lethal League, is doing their own game. Yeah, you're welcome. I have to say the company or the game to let Wesley remember. Team Reptile.
well,
So,
Mainly the game, but yeah.
yeah, but like
Oh, the entire thing just froze for me. Ooh. I'm back. You both just froze my screen and the audio froze. Are
Yeah.
you the Matrix?
I don't know. Am I freezing? Am I
No,
slow
no,
mo?
you're going in and out of your own frame, but no. not
Okay.
for me.
Yeah, that's for me as someone that enjoyed those games, specifically Jet Set Radio. I kind of don't care because Bomb Rush Cyberpunk looks good. It just looks really good. Like we already have a modern day Jet Set Radio game that probably controls way better. And knowing Sega and some of the stuff that they're trying to pull, this was something that I kind of wanted to include. They're redoing the first 3 Sonic games, and even that has like its own like weird purchase options, where like different versions unlocks like specific stuff for like older Sonic games, which is just weird. So microtransactions for Sega is like always in the question. Like if I feel like whenever it's possible to put it in, they're gonna do it. So with these super games, they're probably gonna put in microtransactions. That's my view on them. Because fucking single player titles, they do that shit with. Fucking Yakuza Like a Dragon, they have like fucking DLC stuff. Like, I know some people would say that, oh, you know, it's your choice to choose that, but the reason why I don't like the specific microtransactions from Yakuza Like a Dragon is because there's two character classes that are completely locked away that have their own unique thing to them that you will probably never ever see unless you purchase that thing. There's two classes. I think it's the chef and the metal singer. They're both really weird classes, but they have like unique like powers and stuff like that, you know, in Yakuza Like a Dragon. But you have to buy them because money. And then Lost Judgment also has a season pass. A single player game has a season pass. And what I've heard about, like, there's like one thing that is like narrative related, and it's the Kaito Tales, the Kaito story, where you're playing as the other guys, the Yakuza like guy in Judgment, his story, and apparently it's like 8 hours long, and it's kind of okay. So I don't know. I don't know. I think we could sum it up as I don't know. So yeah, I guess Bomb Rush Cyberpunk get you know, look forward to that. Hold on, I'm trying to see. Also for nostalgia, another thing that has arisen, and this was actually coming back to the whole thing about Nintendo and them doing the expansion pass bullshit. A leak happened where their Game Boy emulator, like all the upcoming releases for their Game Boy emulator for the Switch has been shown. So there's some Pokemon games on there. There's, I believe, both Game Boy Advance and Game Boy games. Yeah. I can't see the fucking listing because it's so tiny. But it's not a huge list. I think it just might be just some of the games that they're planning on putting out, because that's the thing with like a lot of the older games that they're doing on the online thing, is that like they put some every so often. So this is probably gonna be like the launch of these. But I'm gonna find the fucking image. Okay, so yeah,
we got Ninja 5-0.
Yeah, Ninja 5-0, Pokemon Pinball, Ruby and Sapphire, Super Robot Tyson, Super Robot Wars, really? Tactics Ogres, Mario Kart, Kururin, wait, what the fuck is that? Pokemon Trade. What is that? Some of this stuff I'm like seeing now. Golden Sun is another one. Mr. Driller, Mario Brothers. Yeah, and I guess some I guess just some stuff for the emulation. I think that's what some of the other things are. But yeah, Pokemon Pinball. You guys like pinball and Pokemon?
I actually enjoy pinball a lot, yeah.
Yeah, see? There you go. So I guess they're planning on putting this out sometime soon. I mean, this was expected, to be honest. Just unfortunately on just this dumb online service, but I'd rather pay to just have it, to be honest.
Why do you hate online services, man? It's good.
Why?
Yeah, what's wrong with the service? Like, you get the games for money.
The problem is preservation. If the service dies or goes off, you are not able to play that game ever again.
Okay, so you don't own the game.
Exactly. We talked about this. Like you you pay for the right to play it. You don't own it.
I don't know. I guess it just doesn't bother me because I don't really care about the games that much.
It depends. For me personally, like looking at this listing, I don't care, to be honest, with a lot of Game Boy games and Game Boy Advance games. But like the N64 stuff or like some of the NES stuff, it's just like I would rather just have it rather than paying the right to play it and then later on,
would you pay $60 to own that game?
$60?
Donkey Kong, original Donkey Kong. Would you pay $60 to own it?
I'd rather fucking emulate it.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's probably their thought is trying to fight emulation now.
It's being counterproductive if you really think about it.
I don't know what the numbers are on their services.
Because because this comes back to the whole situation of when the N64 emulator came out for the Switch, was that like the one specifically was like Ocarina of Time and I think Majora's Mask, where those versions ran worse and they had to wait for a patch of older games to come out and kind of not even I think like somewhat fix those problems. But that's what I'm saying is that like it's all tied to the subscription service. And this leads back to the whole thing about preservation, where like Nintendo is notoriously known for not preserving their games at all. That's why we're going through that whole thing of completely wiping out the Wii U store and the 3DS store. You only have a specific time frame until I think next year for you to get anything off the 3DS store, and that's it.
Okay, so whatever you buy, you own though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess, like, personally, like, I don't care too much about that stuff. I can see why other people do, I guess. But, I don't know. I think with anything, it's going to have pros and cons, right?
Yeah.
Like, some of the games that you are going to play, you would never, ever see because they're Japanese games that you'll probably never have unless you pay an outrageous amount to get from
and that's
Japan to you.
And that's what I'm saying is that like nobody wants to really do that. Everybody would just have the simple plan of just here's a game you can buy for $9 off the eShop. It's an old game, or $5, let's say. And you have it. That's it. You just have it digitally. You can download it anytime. And even if the store goes offline, you still have the ability to re-download it. That's great.
Right.
But like I'm saying is that like Nintendo is one of the worst companies to do that, where they're shutting down two storefronts where they're just like, nobody's playing these anymore, so fuck it. And they're not even trying to put those games onto anything else. It's just gonna die in that one system.
Yeah, I can't imagine what their price is for keeping their servers alive for that type of stuff. But I assume, it's hard because, I mean, I guess if it, like, I'm not super passionate about this because, again, like, it's not my super big thing. I'm more worried about the new games coming out, not too much about the old stuff. Which eventually the new stuff that is out now, like God of War, eventually that'll be old, right? And eventually I'll probably care about that or something, maybe.
Yeah.
But looking at it from a business perspective, I don't know how that all works, but maybe this is cost efficient for them. Like they're cutting costs and saving money and being able to do something better with that money or something, maybe.
I guess, but even then, like their best isn't necessarily the greatest because, like, Nintendo's speaking in Nintendo's behalf, Nintendo hasn't really upgraded anything. Like, as an online service, they're way behind fucking Xbox and PlayStation.
Oh no, they're behind in more than just that, though.
Yeah, and also peripherals. Yeah. To be honest, like the Switch is like still kind of underpowered, even though it's trying to push like these, so-called next gen games.
Yeah, I mean, Nintendo's always been a big old family friendly party game situation.
Yeah, Yeah.
So
It's always been family focused, but like I'm saying, like
and a lot of like on the go stuff too, right? Like
yeah,
Mario, so you can always play it anywhere you want to play it, or Zelda, blah 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 blah, everything.
yeah. That's what I'm saying is like the 3DS was that plan, go on the road
Yeah,
and play anywhere, but it's
I wouldn't be surprised if they bring out another one though, right? Like I'm sure we'll see another 3DS or
I
handheld.
I don't think so because of the whole Switch thing, but I don't know what they're
Hmm.
planning on doing. Like because obviously the Switch is being their main focus, and I don't know if they're planning on doing like the Switch 2 at any point.
That's true. They're gonna put Pokemon on it too, so like
Yeah, because
that's
like
big for that to switch from a Game Boy to
yeah,
a,
and
a home console.
Pokemon is like their best selling game, so for it to come out on specifically the Switch and nothing else is like yeah, that's their main focus for that.
The one game that if they ever make it, that I can buy it again. I don't know if this has ever came out in America or if this is Japanese game. Um, I just posted it. It's SNES Metal Warriors. I remember playing this, emulating it when I was a kid because I never knew how to get it. I just knew it was online. You're just like a mech. You run around and shoot other mechs, and but you could play with friends on the same keyboard on your computer. Uh, and you could fight each other with mechs, man. This game's so much fun. I love this.
It's LucasArts.
Is it LucasArts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
See, I don't know anything about it. I was googling the game because I couldn't remember the name of it, so I looked up Mech Fighter or Mech Shooter or whatever. This game's a blast, man.
Wait, hold on. LucasArts takes on Japanese something. This feature is only seen again only in Japan. Huh? Is it? What is it called?
Metal Warriors.
Metal Warriors. Metal Warriors.
Yeah, no, at first I thought I played it.
There's Konami on
Heard
the
of
front
it.
of it here.
Yeah, publisher Konami and developer LucasArts. Wow.
Region USA, so you should be able to buy it, no? Or no, wait, this is sorry. I'm looking at a ROM.
Release. It released in North America.
Okay, yeah. Man, I wonder if I could find a copy of this.
I mean, it might be super niche, so
Might be super expensive.
yeah. Emulate it, bruh. Emulation.
No, yeah, and I'm not against like emulating. I don't really care. Do whatever anybody
Yeah.
wants to do.
And that's why everyone's like, but that's also the issue with Nintendo, isn't Nintendo's so in the front lines of anti-emulation that that's why they want to push this stuff that they have.
To be fair, I feel like Nintendo is probably the most emulated now. Probably, right?
They know, yeah, they are, and Nintendo knows that, and that's why they want to do that whole thing of like, no, don't emulate our stuff. Let's take down these websites that are doing all these ROMs and ISOs. Like that's why this one specific site that I used to go for my ISOs and my ROMs was I believe ISO Paradise, I think it was called, and that got shut down because it got a copyright. It got sued by Nintendo, and it's just one guy from I think India, and he gives his whole life story as to like why he put this site up, and it's like because he wants these games to be preserved and he wants everybody to enjoy these games. He's not selling these games. He just wants everyone to have the ability to play them. But Nintendo was like, no, you're selling our game. And in reality, emulation is not that. It really isn't, because Nintendo is not pushing these games out until now, where they're doing this whole subscription thing.
Emulation's not selling, but if you're able to buy the game being hosted on the site, they're technically losing revenue by you playing it for free and not buying it, unless you own it.
But it's an old game that they're not even pushing.
Like I said, if the game on the site is being sold, they're losing revenue. If it is currently being sold.
Okay. I see.
If it is not, so if it's like a secondhand sale that's not currently being sold, But if it's like directly being sold by Nintendo, they're losing revenue.
I guess.
Yeah. Again, unless you own the game, like that's the big thing that people go for when they're playing emulations. They tend to say, I own this game. I'm only emulating it because I want to play it on my computer and not on, this or that or that or that.
Yeah.
I've seen tons of people do that, and lots of people, a lot, there's a lot of people out there that do believe like you shouldn't emulate games unless you do own the game, because they believe you should have a hard copy instead of basically doing something for free, basically, right? That you should have paid the money for the thing. I mean, I don't know how the laws work or whatever, but if Nintendo is legally in the right to take down the sites, then they're gonna do it, just like any other company probably would. I'm sure Sony wouldn't be forgiving on their emulations, right? I'm sure they're not. I mean, I don't read. You hear more articles about Nintendo doing it than anybody else, but I would still assume any company losing money to something free, then they're going to work towards taking it down.
I know, but this comes back to the whole thing that like they're profiting from the nostalgia because they realize how popular those emulations are. That's the thing. That's why they're doing that. It's not because of the fact that like, oh, they come to realize that they're losing money out of it because of the fact that these things are so popular. And that's why they push these online services, because they want to make you pay monthly for old stuff that you could have just gotten on emulation, no problem. Let alone pay. And that's the thing that people want, is just to pay for these things rather than getting onto these fucking subscription services and paying yearly or monthly. But
yeah, again, I just don't think like people are gonna want to pay top dollar for an old game.
But that's what I'm saying is that like obviously no one's gonna spend fucking like $60 for a digital version of Donkey Kong. Like there has to be like that's why like game value is such an importance. Like fucking when PlayStation 2 games were on PS3, they were $10,
right?
And I think that's fine, to be honest. $10 is not bad for a PlayStation 2 game, especially a good one. And for PS1 games, it was $5. And I think for some like PSP games, probably like the range was like $7 or $10. I think depended. I don't remember.
Definitely remember some games being 15, 20, 25, but yeah.
For PSP on digital?
PSP, PS2, PS1. It's all dependent on like how much people liked it, like Castlevania and stuff like that. Castlevania, I believe, was like 15.
I'm pretty sure it was a hard $10.
I don't think every single one was hard 10.
I could be wrong. Yeah, I could be wrong. Because yeah, I think you're right about some prices fluctuated, because I think on PS1, because a lot of the stuff that I saw was like $5 and then maybe like $7.
No, there were a lot of games that were cheap, and I think again like those were like ones that there's a lot of games that went overlooked that didn't sell well back in the day, and even now because they're old and nobody knows them.
Yeah, but are we talking about like on the PSN store?
Yeah. Not everything that was on the PSN store was like the most amazing game that you played,
Yeah, a lot of them were
10
like
years ago.
like fucking Gex. Like fucking Gex and Gex 2 and like Spyro and some.
Yeah, well, Spyro's a big name. Gex is pretty big too. I know a lot of people that played Gex.
You love Gex?
I fucking hate Gex. I know people that liked it though.
I know, but like I think that's the whole thing. If it's a reasonable if it's a reasonable price, then yes, then obviously people will pay for it. But if it's like, if Nintendo's like, I want you to pay fucking $70 for Kirby on the NES, then no, then nobody's gonna fucking buy it.
I don't think they'd ever sell. It's just me being like, would going to more of an extreme, right? Like saying like,
Mhm.
well, they could, right? They could say we're gonna make you pay top dollar for the game. More so, like these games would probably go around like $20-$30 for like, and I know that sounds probably still annoying for like a Donkey Kong or a Gex or whatever, but
Mhm.
like again, like you said, they know the power of nostalgia. They know how much like people are gonna want it, and they can literally just do whatever they want to do. Because except for like, I'm sure they can't price it at $1 million because I'm sure there's things in place that aren't allowed to like overcharge for certain things by an extreme. Anyways,
Yeah.
uh, I don't know. I don't think it's really gonna go away, like subscription based things like this.
Yeah, obviously it's not. Yeah. No, that I agree upon is that like it's not going to be a thing that, one day all video game companies are like, "Nah, let's not do subscriptions anymore." It's
I
obviously
also
going to
don't
stay.
think emulations are ever going away, really, in full.
Yeah. Yeah, pirating is not a thing that's going to ever stop.
Yeah,
Yeah, people
people
are
are
going
always
to
gonna
keep.
find a way.
Yeah. That's
Um,
that's humanity in
but
general.
that's like that's what I would say is if you don't want to do this thing, just emulate.
No, and that's why I agree, and that's why I'm bitching and moaning about it, because like some people don't really know that they have that option. Some people think that they have to be binded to a subscription service, which I say you're not.
That's like casual gamers, then, right?
I guess, yeah. We talked about this where it's just like the live service
And
shit is mostly
that's
for
your own
casual
dumb
people.
fault for being casual. You damn casual.
You fucking idiot! You
Got him.
spending money on to play Mario.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the money to like probably do these things, maybe don't do them, right?
Yeah, and that's
Or
and this kind of
it's
leads.
also like your own like weighing of options too. Like if you're gonna only play that fucking pinball game, man, probably don't pay for the service because everything else is shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. I did look over the games on there, man, and I just really didn't give a fuck.
Do you guys have any Game Boy games that you enjoyed?
Zelda.
Which one?
I think they were called Season of the something and something, the
Oh
two different
yeah,
ones.
like Oracle of Seasons or something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
yeah,
I think it's really hard to make a Zelda that's not fun.
that's true.
It's really hard to make a Mario that wasn't fun. I enjoyed most Marios. I enjoyed Mega Man. Almost anything that they took and just put into a Game Boy version, like their big name stuff, was a lot of fun to play. Just because it was on the go, I could sit on a train. I could sit in my car and do it. I could take a break at work and play it. Like all these things, like I would.
Mhm.
I'm a big gamer. I enjoy like when I have free time to just do that stuff.
Yeah, I didn't really play with a Game Boy Color. I played with a Game Boy Advance, but I didn't really have that many games for Game Boy Advance. The one game I tried to play when I was younger was The Legacy of Goku.
I like
Uh,
that too. That was fun.
it was alright, yeah. I remember playing that, like, I want to say a couple years back. I remember always as a child, like, never figuring out where to go and what to do. And then obviously being a little bit older, I finally got to Raditz and I actually beat Raditz. And then seeing after that and like how just you're in a different location afterwards, it was just like, oh shit, there's more to this game. But yeah, I just never
Yeah,
went on with the Legacy of Goku.
it was fun. That was a good game.
Yeah, and then I didn't realize that there's a sequel to that. So that exists. But yeah, Game Boy games have never been like anything that I have to say that, I need to play this one specific Game Boy game. I've heard good things about Golden Sun, and that's
My
like a
brother enjoyed that game.
yeah, and then obviously Advance Wars, since
Yeah.
that's getting a remake. So
A remake?
yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, you didn't know that? It's coming out on
People like
Switch.
that game.
Yeah. I think it's I think it's 1 and 2. Yeah. It's called Rebooted, I think it's called.
Did
Reboot Camp?
either of you have The original Game Boy?
The original, no, but just the color.
No.
Okay. Yeah, me and my brothers all got an original Game Boy. At some point, when we were kids. Then we got the color. Then we got the blah blah blah. Move on,
Mhm.
move on.
You got the SP.
But that makes sense more so why when I just rattled off some games. I've been playing them since that came out, you know? So I had a ton of Game Boy games through the lifespan of Game Boy Color, then Advance, then SP, then so forth and so forth and so forth, right? And I think the Game Boy is a great console. It's gonna be sad, if what you said earlier was right, that they're not gonna make another handheld because
I mean, the Switch already kind of takes over for that.
I know, I get it, but there is something about having something separate from that, right? And I'm not talking separate, I want another tablet the size of that. Something being smaller, actual handheld in the sense of one hand can hold. You know what I'm saying? Like the Game Boy. The Game Boy is a pocket. It's okay, so a pocket type style handheld, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I like that type of stuff. And I will definitely miss the idea of it. Not to say I'd buy it because I didn't, the iterations of 3DS or DSi or right the dual screen, all that stuff, DS and stuff like that. I didn't buy every single one of those, but that's because you didn't need 13 different types of DS.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think the only DS I ever bought was just the 3DS. That's it.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And I bought the XL, so 3DS XL is it's a little bigger, but the screens are a little bit bigger, so it was
I had
nice.
I had the XL one with the Pokemon on it, and I had the original fat DS, bro. The original DS. Man.
Oh
That thing was fat, boy.
Yeah. My mom actually had the light because I think my dad somehow got just came upon it for cheap, so he just bought it, and I played a little bit of the DS Lite. But
nice.
yeah, I remember seeing the original DS, and I'm like, wow, that's a chunk boy. As a chunky boy. And then yeah, I really have to play a lot more of my 3DS because obviously there was a bunch of games that I bought because of the whole fucking shit that Nintendo's doing. So there's a lot of gems on the 3DS, and it's unfortunate that only time will tell whether or not they might get a re-release or a remake on newer platforms.
Doubt.
Yeah.
The remake, maybe. The re-released out.
Yeah. Yeah, because I don't think Nintendo's planning on. That's also the problem is that how the hell do you emulate 3DS games because of the fucking dual screen shit? There is DS emulation for PC, but even that is a little wonky and goofy. So
if you don't have to use the second screen, then just straight up do it with one screen.
But that's what I'm saying is that most games on 3DS rely on that second screen.
See, I didn't play a lot of the games that did that. I played remakes or Pokemon, which Pokemon never needed the second screen. It was just there to be you could use it.
Come on, bruh. Wait, did you
give me a game you played where you had to have the second screen to play it?
The original The World Ends With You.
Explain to me why you had to have the second screen.
Because the original The World Ends With You, you were playing two characters at once. If you were to see the original The World Ends With You, you're playing as Neku on the top screen, and then your partner character you're playing on the bottom screen, and you have to draw out the motions to get the attacks out.
Okay. So
and
would that upset you if you never saw that game come out again?
I mean, it did re-release on Switch. It's worse because it Yeah,
It's worse.
it's bad. I streamed it.
Okay, yeah, that's the game you played then, right?
I did, and I was playing it. And I'm like, holy shit!
That was more recently, right?
Yes, it's The World Ends With You remixed.
When you were using the buttons.
When I was
to
using the
do
Joy-Con.
weapon. Well, the buttons though you get to like add as your character helps like it helps do more damage or something.
Yeah, your partner character does the damage, but no, not Neo. The World Ends With You. The original
Okay.
The World Ends With You.
I don't remember the original then.
Yeah, I streamed it, and like basically the whole setup was, it's just Neku. Of course, you have your partner character, but like you do the special move, like with a button. But the problem is that you're using the Joy-Con to motion out the specific move that you need to do, and that shit was awful because
I think
like
I'm gonna be playing this.
it was bad. And I'm thinking, and I'm like,
Is that a re-release or is it a remaster?
kind of a rematch. You know how like the Kingdom Hearts games had like updated versions on the PS2, like the final mix versions.
Mhm.
Essentially that, but The World Ends With You for the Switch.
So what would you have wanted them to do to make you want that game or have it be better?
I think the issue is that like it's meant to be a handheld game.
Right.
Yeah.
So would you rather them just not re-release it?
I mean, at the time I didn't really care about The World Ends With You. I was just curious because, you know, it's just this weird game. Obviously I liked it because of the music, but it was one of those experiences where playing it docked felt awful, but I think playing it portably would have felt better. Because let's say if I was playing the game portably, and I think the Switch has touch screen options, right, Wesley?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think playing it touched, I think you would have been fine. And that's what I'm saying, is that like it's still that thing of like it's meant to be a DS game because you were doing that shit on the DS. So for me to be the judge of like whether or not it should have been re-released, I don't know, to be honest. But
no, I'm just trying to see like what you think.
I think overall, play it undocked. I think that's what I can say. I think that's where I can agree upon it. It's just play it undocked and play it with like touch screen. Because that's
I'm just thinking like as far as it goes for any game that needed a second screen, like you're probably just not gonna see it come out.
Yeah, obviously. That's what I'm saying, is that like the emulation part of the DS/3DS is kind of impossible. That's why actually there is DS emulation on Wii U.
Actually, you could easily emulate it on what's it called? On a Switch. You would just have to do a similar thing to the way the Wii U worked, right? You would just use the Wii U handheld portion, the piece in your hand, as the touchscreen, and then have the other image be playing on the screen TV. But that only works when it's docked, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure they could do a software update and make it work with certain games. No, I'm sure they could. Like you could just put out a game that the software understands like image to screen for this game, and then touchscreen on second half.
It doesn't work like that, Howler.
All right, because it doesn't have.
It's just video out.
Yeah.
The dock for the Switch is just video out. That's all it is. It's not anything else. Because if you see the dock, it's just a flimsy piece of plastic that only does video out.
I'm trying to think.
That's why the Wii U is a better.
You could probably do what's it called? You could easily make a piece that transmits from. You just have to plug it into the TV, like an HDMI or something, and do a wireless transmission for image to screen, right?
I don't know.
I
don't know. Coming back to the whole thing about the Wii U, because the Wii U has DS emulation, and the reason why that's possible is because the tablet thing, the tablet thing that came with the Wii U, is its own separate thing. So you're able to do the touchscreen stuff while the Wii U gives out the feed for the top screen.
Uh-huh.
So that's why that's better. But the problem is with the Switch is that the Switch is its own one thing.
Right.
But with the software update, it can happen. Is what you're thinking of.
All I'm thinking they could do like a Bluetooth add-on that you could plug into your TV and probably
I feel like
transmit.
that'd be really expensive, and I think.
I mean, to be real, they could just make a Switch number 2 and
with
then
dual screens, flip
and then
screens.
do essentially what Wii U did, but like when it goes into handheld mode. No, see, not really hard because you couldn't take it. Like if you want to go on an airplane, it wouldn't be like the
Yeah,
same
that's-
thing as the Switch or the Wii U or the Switch.
Yeah, that's why the Wii U was such a confusing piece of piece of shit.
You
be
couldn't take
honest.
it with you.
Yeah, because how it was marketed is that people thought that it was a portable thing, but in reality, it had to be near the actual console
Well,
itself.
see, I never thought that when it was marketed. When they first talked about it, when they showed it off, like
Mhm.
it straight up came up as like, this is a touchscreen thing. This is not your tablet.
But that's what a lot of people thought it was. It was just they thought it was like a wireless tablet they can take anywhere.
I feel like that again comes back to like a casual player consumer that like
Exactly.
just saw a video on TV and was like,
exactly.
oh,
But
did no research.
But exactly.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
to be fair, Nintendo really didn't advertise the Wii U as much. Like it was just when the Wii U, that's why the Wii U didn't sell well, and that's why the Wii U kind of like is a fart in the wind, because it was such an obscure thing that even when its release happened, people were just confused by it.
It was pretty small, it felt like, definitely. There were some good games on it though.
Yeah, that's why they got re-released on Switch. Yeah, that's why that shit happens. But I don't know, like it. As much as I really like the Switch, it's just like I don't know if DS games are really like. Well, I mean, there are good DS games. Never mind. What am I talking about? There are good DS. Never mind. Let me just refrain from what I was talking about. No, because like the 3DS, like obviously has really good games on there. Like I fucking love Shin Megami Tensei 4 and Shin Megami Tensei 4 Apocalypse as well, and those are RPGs that are very lengthy and they're all stuck on this fucking one little thing.
Dude, I cannot get behind those games, man.
Shin Megami Tensei.
Oh, they look so bad.
Wow.
I know you like
them.
them.
No.
I tried watching them too when you were playing them. I was like, I don't get it. I don't understand why somebody wants to play this game.
Wow. Wow.
Look at me. I'm an octopus slapping a knife. I don't know.
Wow. Can't believe this. Well, to be fair, like the older like Shin Megami Tensei games are very weird in the sense that like they're a little bit more difficult, because that's why when I was streaming Digital Devil Saga was like kicking my ass that I had to grind off screen.
Okay, Digital Devil Saga is a Tenshigami Tamagotchi game.
Yeah, it's a Tamagotchi game.
All right.
Yeah, like those are the old spin-off ones, but like when I was streaming a little bit of SMT5, like a lot of people were making the comparisons that like that takes it's going back to the roots of the PS2 games, even though those games were like way older. You know, they came out on the fucking, I want to say Commodore. I could be wrong, but like they're like those games are very very old. The PS2 games were the ones that were like a little bit more different, because I think it was Nocturne that was like infamously known to be very difficult. But you know, I really like Shin Megami Tensei 4 though. Like it's still a really good game. It's still I really like it. It's a shame that it's stuck on there, and I think I can say that for a lot of the other 3DS games. That it's just a shame that they're just stuck. Because you got to use that touchscreen. You need that touchscreen because that's also the other thing of like SMT4 is that like what was up top? Yeah, your bottom screen was your party and the selection that you made for like attacks and magic and item use. So you needed that bottom half because the top half was just only the enemies on that you were fighting. So I don't know. I think they could probably rework it because I feel like they could just take the bottom half and just put it onto one screen, you know. But yeah,
They could make a receiver for the.
you're trying like every little way.
I completely forgot that you had to dock the thing, man, to like make an image come up, but somebody could figure it out how to do it wirelessly.
Yeah, there's gonna be
It probably wouldn't be great.
I mean, people have jailbroken the Switch, so they could find a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, plus if you do it wirelessly, you could have latency issues.
Right.
Also that.
So that's what I'm saying. Is it's like you would run into problems, but like, who knows, right?
Like, yeah, who knows?
Again, that would be something that I would say like, if they think it's worth the money, then they could figure out how to fix that problem with the next iteration of Switch, right? If they really thought that it was worth the money to make people want to buy DS games on a Switch, but the truth is like probably most people aren't going to give a fuck. They're probably just going to want to buy the new games. Most consumers or you know, most casual gamers are just going to want the newest thing coming out, or you know, the main like a Donkey Kong or a Mega Man or this or that, the old ones. You know, nobody's going to think like our normal regular casual people aren't going to think like Pinchigami 3.0, right? Or Mega Man Capsule 942, the card game, you know? And like that's when you have like people that are hardcore gamers that love the entire Mega Man series that are, you know, or the community of Mega Man that's like, I want the card game, and they're like, dude, that's like 20 years old. Do you really want that? And only 5 of you played it, you fucking liars.
No, the card game should have come out. It should be the soccer game, the Mega Man soccer game. There is.
Oh, that sounds awesome, actually.
Yeah, that's right, you son of a bitch. Now you want it.
I mean, I'd probably play it now, yeah. But as a kid, I probably didn't give a fuck. I wanted Dragon Ball Z, the fighter, you know?
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
What else we got to talk about?
Yeah. Okay. I think in general we can say the whole emulation Nintendo reselling is like a fucking tango. It's like who the fuck knows?
There's a ton of shit that emulate your fucking games, people.
Yeah. Go be a pirate. Put on your eye patch.
Amber Heard will find you. Go ahead. What's up?
Yeah. Just shit on your bed. And speaking of shitting the bed. Well, this is not really shitting. Well, actually, that comes into another story. But this, speaking of remaking and other shit, Vicarious Visions, the developers for Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy and Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, has fully merged with Activision Blizzard. They're now known as, I believe, Activision Blizzard North or something of that sort.
Visions also worked on Destiny.
Yes. So yeah, a lot of people are a little skeptical about this. They're a little worried because what happened to Toys for Bob, the people who worked for the Spyro game.
Oh.
Because that studio is now just working on Call of Duty Warzone. So
Damn.
yeah, that's what kind of happens. That's what happens. So people are a little worried as to what happens now to Vicarious Visions if they're just gonna be another Call of Duty team.
Bro. Hopefully.
Yeah, put Crash Bandicoot in Call of Duty. Whoa.
Yeah.
Speaking
I
of
mean,
that
I know you're joking. But I would play it.
I mean, they got fucking like Bruce Willis and
Mhm.
Sylvester Stallone, so Crash Bandicoot
Yeah,
probably
Sylvester
fit in.
Stallone looks nothing like Sylvester Stallone. To be
I-
fair, Bruce Willis doesn't look like himself either. That shit.
It's okay. It's fine.
Did,
Did you hear
guys,
about the whole?
Did you
Uh-huh.
What were you
hear
saying,
that
Wesley?
they added Snoop Dogg to Warzone and Call of
Yes.
Duty?
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think one of his finishers is like, what is it? Oh my God, I don't remember. It had this name. Finisher Izzle, I think it was called something of that sort.
Oh my God.
It had Izzle and Finizzle in it. But yeah, Snoop Dogg's in there. He's fighting the Nazis. Fuck it, you might as well put fucking Crash Bandicoot in there.
At
Fighting.
this point, yeah.
Really quick. I found this out today.
Hmm.
We're getting a Warzone 2.
Oh, Jesus.
What's gonna happen to Warzone 1?
I'm sure it'll stick around.
What do you mean Warzone 2?
They're making a sequel to Warzone. It's just going to be a new map, essentially, I believe. So, like, I don't know exactly what the difference is going to be. Something I literally just pulled up said that it's going to be groundbreaking innovations.
Highly doubt it.
That's super vague.
Is question, because have you guys played Warzone at all, like recently? Recently?
Recently, no.
Nah.
Okay, because like all I've heard about like Warzone now is that like it's super like broken because you got a lot of like people hacking.
Oh, that's innovation. Not. It's gonna be anti-cheat. I'm
Oh
sorry,
yeah, I
dude.
see what you're saying. The IGN article, right?
Probably. Hold on.
Call of Duty
Yeah,
Warzone
yeah,
2.
the IGN one.
Yeah, groundbreaking innovation this year.
They
and
put
it's-
underneath it more groundbreaking than Godzilla.
And it's hilarious because like I put down Google search Call of Duty Warzone and I went on the news tab. Literally the first thing is Call of Duty has lost 50 million players in a year.
Yep.
So they really need to go for that groundbreaking innovation to get those people back and more.
So, Modern Warfare 2 is being remade, or yeah, remade. One of the most celebrated Call of Duties. I'm not going to call it the best because
But
that's
don't
my own personal like view on it.
which is the best Call of Duty?
Modern Warfare 2 or Black Ops, one of those.
Hmm.
Those two are like really, really, really good games. But I think people would pick Black Ops. I think that's when it became the most like casual for like all consumers. But I really enjoyed the guns in Modern Warfare 2. I also really liked the guns in Black Ops. Anyways, Modern Warfare 2 is being remade. That shit's coming out this year. And alongside it's gonna be what's it called? Warzone 2. So
Yeah, that is weird.
it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. But
When did Warzone come out? Was it after Modern Warfare 1?
it came out with Modern
Well-
Warfare 1.
Oh god, Modern Warfare Remake 1? Right?
Modern Warfare 2019, yes.
Yes, Jesus Christ. This is like the God of War 2 shit.
All for it, yep.
Yeah, this is I don't know, man. Like, well, only I'm just gonna have to wait and see because after the whole fucking
No, Warzone came out 2020.
So it was a year after?
Like maybe not exactly, a few months after.
Because I'm trying to remember.
September's roughly like a Call of Duty release date. March 10th is when Warzone came out, so
Mm.
5 months.
Yeah, because I think with the whole merger with Microsoft is it's just like it's one of those things where just gonna have to wait and see, because I remember the whole initiative of them not doing Call of Duty yearly. So I guess maybe Warzone 2 is gonna have to like fill that in. But
That would make sense. It'd also be a really good call,
yeah,
especially like with Warzone being in a bad spot now.
yeah, definitely that. Yeah. And then I haven't heard anything about like Vanguard being great
It's a
as
bad
well.
game. It's a very bad game.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't
Even
know.
Cold War wasn't great. Like,
Yeah, I heard that
it was
too.
fine. It just wasn't
I heard
the
that
best Call of Duty.
Cold War was like kind of a remake of the old Black Ops games,
Mm,
or like a retelling in a weird way.
it followed the story, or
Hmm.
like followed. Holy shit! I didn't play the story. Did it have a story?
It did. You played as
Vanguard?
No, I only played multiplayer. No, not Vanguard.
Cold War.
Cold War. Holy shit!
Yeah,
I didn't
there
even
is.
think about that.
Yeah, I was
Did you play the
debating.
story, Wesley?
At some point, I believe so. Yeah.
That's why I was very conflicted on getting Cold War, because I wanted to see where the story went in Black Ops.
I don't think it's a retelling. I'm sure it has like it might go back over old stuff, but I'm sure it had.
I don't
Honestly, now you're making me second guess myself.
Thinking about it now, I didn't play it, man. I didn't play the story.
Did you even play Cold War?
I played the multiplayer.
That's the Call of Duty, like, just everything just meshes together. We're just like, did I play this one? Oh yeah, I already played it.
Bro, Modern Warfare, the 2019 story was so fucking well done. I can't wait for 2. I'm so excited. I'm so happy that game's coming out.
You can't wait for no Russian.
Oh, if they put that back in, man, I'm excited.
Man,
I
that
doubt it. If they
I mean,
did, be a bunch of
it's
backlash.
it's very touchy. Yeah, even back
I
then it was
mean,
touchy.
there's a ton of stuff they put in the first one, the 2019 one, that was pretty like,
I
shouldn't maybe
think
a little too much.
I think one of them. I remember heard controversy about like the one of like, was it Death's Highway? I think it's called the Highway of Death, something of that sort.
Is it the one where they were like sniping over the sand dunes and stuff?
I don't remember specifically.
Oh, the Death Highway. Are you talking about the one that people were upset when they're walking and like
Because that's an actual
a British
event.
area and a van pulls up and people are just shooting and
I think so, because that is an actual event that happened. And the reason why it was so touchy was because the game did a whole spin on its narrative compared to what happened in reality. So I don't know. I really don't know the whole deal behind that, but I remember that specific part of the game being like very very touchy.
yeah, it's always hard to like deal with stuff like that because like it's just a game. It's just a telling of something, and I know like when it can be linked to something real, people will always have an opinion. But like,
But if it's something recent,
was
it's
it
very,
recent?
I think it was.
Mm.
So that's why like it was weird. But I don't know. I haven't played.
So now I gotta look this up because I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know anything about Call of Duty 2019.
Death's Highway or Death Highway?
Highway Death Highway. Death Highway. Death Highway 6 Kuwait Bazaar. Is in Kuwait. Or is it? I don't know. Call Death
Okay,
Highway.
so this is
Duty.
the Highway of Death is the nickname given to an actual road leading from Kuwait City toward Iraq border.
Why was it controversy? I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, this is literally the thing I was talking about, the shooting over the sand dunes. So this is a moment in Call of Duty where you're fighting incoming insert group here because I don't know who they are.
So this happened in the 90s. This
Yeah,
specific event.
that's why I was like, "There's no, I don't think it." It was recent. I don't know why they would do something like that. I wouldn't do that. That would bring too much attention to yourself.
I don't know. I probably have to read that whole article to get the gist or probably have to just play the game to see what exactly that whole sequence is, and then actually look online as to like what the basis of that was, because I still don't understand.
A lot of cars pull up. A lot of people with guns and rocket launchers and all that come out and fight you.
Call of Duty. Anyways, speaking of Call of Duty, I forgot that they're doing the Godzilla and King Kong collaboration.
Yep.
And they did Attack on Titan.
Call of Duty, yeah. They released the Armor Titan as a skin. It's really bad. My opinion, at least.
I can't wait till the Armor Titan fights Bruce Willis.
Oh my god.
I don't know, but yeah, I guess Warzone 2 is a thing that's happening.
I am the Excite.
Get big excite. So yeah, just summing up the whole thing with Vicarious Vision. Who knows? Maybe Vicarious Vision now might do Warzone 2.
Oh my god. Imagine.
Yeah, good luck to that company, I guess. And this leads into the shitting of the bed. The Activision Blizzard stuff. So this is something that I missed last week that I didn't even know. I didn't even knew happened. That with the upcoming merger that's happening with Microsoft, a lot of senators are looking into this merger because of the labor practices and like discrimination and all that stuff. So basically, to sum it all up, 4 senators, I believe. Yep, Sanders, Warren, Whitehouse, and Booker are all kind of opposing this deal, but you know, it's going through, so they're pretty much looking at it, you know, with a magnifying glass to see where this goes. And they also agree at the fact that the whole thing with Bobby Kotick kind of getting an easy way out is bullshit. So, and the actual story that I popped in was the bullshit stuff of a lawyer allegedly interfering with the lawsuit. So that's fucking crazy. So what was it? It was for... So the lawyer resigned because attempts were made by the governor of California. Is he the governor of California? Gavin Newsom? Hold on.
Is he the governor?
Is he the governor? Yes. Gavin Newsom is the current governor of California. And the thing was the reason why there are allegations, because this is all allegedly, is because Activision Blizzard, well, actually someone from I don't know if it was, hold on. Basically, he has received funds from someone from Activision Blizzard, probably someone on the board, because I'm trying to remember.
Wait, who received the funds?
During his campaign, Newsom received funds. Yes, an Activision board member, Casey Wasserman, donated $100,000 to Newsom's anti-recall campaign. State campaign finance records show Wasserman could not immediately be reached for comment. Yeah.
Does that mean they're like in bed with each other? Or like, does that just mean like he...
I mean, if a lawyer is saying that a governor came to her to interfere with this, then it's kind of in bed. It's kind of
Right.
it's
So if
kind
the
of
governor is interfering with it, then sure.
it's kind of shitting together in the same bed, if you know what I'm saying.
So like, it's so weird. Shit like that. I mean, I get it. It's all money, but
Yeah, because obviously that's money from someone that contributed, so that's why I would understand that from his viewpoint. This is kind of money that if I were to do another kind of campaign thing, is kind of going away, and it's $100,000. So not nothing. Yeah. Casey Wasserman was
the
the
governor would have never done this.
yeah. Arnold would have been like, no, thank you for the
He would have
monies.
just banged
His maid.
Thank you.
Oh no. Oh god, that's so terrible. He's like, that is not my son, and then you look at his son and it looks so much like him.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, like looking at him now, he's still ripped, right? Like that's probably like true, but like
He's
really old too.
He's grandpa built.
He like looks like what I thought Mike Tyson was gonna look like now that Mike Tyson's older.
Yeah, I guess.
But Mike Tyson
But it's weird because like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like in his like early 20s, was like ridiculously huge, and then like when Terminator happened,
Swartzy.
well, like specifically Terminator 2, it looked like he shrunk a bit. And then obviously, his older age. If you see like Terminator, what's the new one?
I'm pretty sure he used drugs to enhance his form, but
Probably.
who knows?
I wouldn't doubt it. He was coming all over those gym equipments. He was like, I'm coming every time I do pull up, I'm coming.
Hate all of you.
He does one rep and he says, I'm gonna come. So yeah, this is kind of nuts at the fact, but yeah, this is a article from PBS. But yeah, this is kind of crazy at the fact that like you have the governor of California, because of the whole thing of the DFEH looking into this, and you had the EEOC looking into this. These are all like just the government.
EIO look into it.
It's not even. It's just like the government was the one looking into this, and you have the governor being like, maybe not look at it too hard, please. So it just, I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen now, because, like I said, this is all allegedly, but that lawyer did resign. So yeah, and they still have that upcoming
I'm sorry.
trial.
Who resigned?
So the lawyer's name was Melanie Proctor, assistant
This
chief
was
counsel.
a lawyer that got.
She was the assistant chief counsel with California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing, the DFEH.
This is the one that got talked to by the governor.
Yes.
Okay.
She, basically, the start of this article.
Why would
says,
they resign?
Because she, I guess, probably she didn't want to deal with that.
So was she working for the governor or for the state of California?
For the state, but I mean, the governor of the state was asking her to not like look into it.
Right. So maybe it was like an ethical thing. She just felt like.
I think it was that mostly.
Okay.
Yeah. In a Tuesday email, she was resigning in protest over the firing of Jeanette Whipper, a department chief counsel who worked on the Activision lawsuit. Proctor also said Newsom's office asked her for advance notice on elements of litigation, so they wanted information from them.
Yeah, that's super sus.
Yeah. As we continued to win the state court, the interference increased, mimicking the interests of Activision's counsel, the email said, according to Bloomberg. Newsom
Bloomberg.
Bloomberg beyond that. Newsom's spokeswoman, Erin Mellon, said claims of interference by the governor's office are categorically false. So, like I'm saying, is like this is all allegedly, but it is very suspect that like this lady resigned specifically for this reason, and on top of that, you know, you had a board person from Activision Blizzard donating money to Newsom. So,
Newsom is a real nuisance.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, so they be shitting all over the bed together.
Yeah. Should I not buy Diablo 4?
will this
I mean,
will this hinder my purchase?
should I buy it or I don't understand. Am I supporting?
I mean, do you want that shit on your bed, bro?
Is it coming from Amber Heard?
Sure.
Oh my god.
What if Amber Heard was working on Diablo 4? Should you buy it? And it came with a free shit on the bed with every pre-order.
Oh god, I'd buy 4.
Yeah. Yeah, this merger has to happen fast, but I mean, either way, the shit behind all of this, because this is something that I brought up last week, is that they still have to go through that one trial, I think with the EEOC, because that's the one that still has to go through. I mean, if it was the EEOC or the DFEH. But yeah, that's pretty bad, bruh. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. And just some other little things that I wanted to bring up. Did you guys check out the?
Wait, is this the same thing as the senator pushes for FTC review, or no? For Xbox.
So, the 4 senator ones is 4 senators that are looking at the merger.
Oh,
that's
I'm
happening.
sorry. Right. Okay. Yeah. I thought that was the same article. My bad.
No, that's kind of connects to this whole thing of like why a lot of like people are looking at this merger with like a magnifying glass, because it's so bad of like the current things that are happening. Obviously, because of the denying the unionization for like the QA team over at Raven Software. There was that happened. Obviously there's the discrimination, the lawsuit that's happening, and this whole thing that's happening now, that a governor is getting involved with this whole situation, if he's involved, because all alleged. So that's why it's being looked at with a lot of scrutiny.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean that's all fair, right?
Like, it is. So
it's good reason to like look it over.
Because I'm trying to remember. I think the merger is supposed to go through, I think, next year. I think, but
honestly, man, even though like people saying like it's all for like because of this unionizing, or just because like this whole thing with state of California, the governor doing this shady stuff, or this or that, or the sexual problems with Blizzard, or again like the multiple fucking horrible fucking things that are happening between everything.
Mm-hmm.
I still think most of this is probably people looking over everything. It's all about money. It's all about,
obviously.
I mean, they can say it's for the good of this or the good of that, but it never really ultimately feels like that.
Because the issue becomes when Microsoft actually has full control, whether or not any unionization will happen. Because that was the issue with the Raven Software thing, where they were planning on unionizing before the whole merger, and there was promises of it happening, but in the end result, it just didn't. And then on top of that, they separated a lot of the people that were unionizing.
Is Microsoft against unionizing? I
don't know. I don't really know if there's a union within any Microsoft like thing, like specifically in like the gaming department, but I have no clue, to be honest.
I mean, my brother works with all this stuff, not specifically like
Microsoft
gaming, but he works in the technical like fields of all this stuff. So like,
Yeah, that's the thing is that
I'm honestly gonna ask him about it. So I don't know if he has a union or if they have unions.
because that's also the thing is that like a lot of like software companies and slash technology companies don't really have like unions when you really think about it.
Yeah, I don't really know. So unions are great for job security, right?
Usually, yeah,
Well, I mean, I was part of one for the post office.
I was as well. Yes.
Right. Okay. So my bad. I didn't mean that in like any other way.
No. Like
it was more like just me thinking out loud.
Yeah.
So like that shit keeps a lot of people employed
Yes, it does.
and away from like shady firings.
Yeah, and usually that's also the thing about unions is that you have to have good representation. Like
Right.
your union rep has to be really good because I've dealt with a shitty union rep, and
You can also go outside of your own union rep though and find another one.
that is true. That is very true. And that's something I didn't know until like a little bit afterwards. But even then, I fucking left the job already. But yeah, I think unions are very good because obviously in games business, a lot of companies dissolve because of either their parent company being like, we don't need you anymore, or we're just gonna like bring you onto like this other team to work on this other game. It's like some of the job security is lost. So that's why I feel like unionizing for them is probably a good idea. But even then, you have that whole thing of your parent company being like, nah, we don't want you unionized.
The one thing I do have to say though with unions is it tends to be harder to fire a bad employee too.
Yeah, but I have to say there have to be like complaints and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
So when I say a bad employee, I mean somebody that can't fucking do their job well.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you with that because when I was working in the post office, there were so many fucking people that were shitty at their job.
Almost everybody that works at the post office can't do their job well, but that's besides the point. I mean, like, so let's say there was a union for any software company, and this guy gets hired, makes it past the 6-month mark, or however many months they want to do for like processing, before you become unionized or part of the official team or whatever you want to call it. And now this person cannot complete the work that is tasked for them, but they have such a good union rep that they're able to be like, you can't fire this guy. Essentially, he's part of us. Blah blah. Like he's actually doing the work. You don't know that. You don't. Whatever. Right? Talks it out or whatever.
Yeah.
Figures out how to talk around it. Then you have a problem with that. But I mean,
I don't know. I feel like that's more of like a what if like scenario.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know enough about this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, if that union rep is like that much of a smooth talker, then fucking holy hell. But I would suspect that they had to do like what's it called? Not like job reviews, but like just to see your workflow and stuff like that.
It would have to be. It would have to be reviewed and recorded.
Yeah, like some kind of like job review or something of that sort. But even
it would
then,
have to be multiple times to like be like it's consistent that he can't do this thing or they.
Yeah, because that was my issue. Because like this is coming back to the post office I was working at, was that like these people that I worked with were notoriously known for not being able to do the job, and what I was told was that you just got to do it for them, and that's fucked up. But that was also part of my contract. That's why I had such an issue with that, because it was part of the contract that I was under. And the only way to get out of that was to basically be promoted to regular.
Yep.
And that's when I had the ability to say no. But either way, that was my whole issue with the union, was that the union made this bullshit thing of here's a separate contract for the new people, and the new people have to do much more bullshit. And the only way to get out of that bullshit, because the reason why they had to pull up with that bullshit was because the regular people didn't want to deal with that bullshit.
Yeah, I was part of a different union.
Yeah.
But yeah, you That sounds not fun.
Oh, it
I'm
was not.
sorry.
It was not, because when I was told that like, oh yeah, they came up with this second like contract within like the 20 teens, it was just like this whole bullshit thing of like, basically you're a bitch boy and you gotta do everything that the regular isn't able to do. And I was like, what? And they were like, yeah. So when I worked with this one particular person, she was infamously known to just like forget things, and
Ah, yes.
that was her excuse for literally everything. That, oh, I forgot. And I'm just thinking, I'm like, why hasn't she lost her job? Or like, why hasn't like nobody reviewed her? And I asked this question multiple times of like, because I didn't want to be a snitch and be like, hey, like, get fucking rid of her. But there was a part of me that always said, but that was also the issue, was that management saw what she was doing,
Mhm.
and they knew how like powerless they were against the union, because they can't necessarily get rid of her because of her being old. Then that's discriminatory. Discriminatory.
We had so many people that like couldn't work well,
Yeah, it sucked, but that's
and
what
they
I'm
just couldn't find them because like
bro.
the union rep would go in and just be like, one, they would say, "You don't talk." They would say that to like the
Mhm.
employee.
Mhm.
In this case, it would be a carrier, and then the union union rep would be like, "What did he do wrong? Or what did she do wrong? Or what did they do wrong?" Right?
Mhm.
And the usually it's the postmaster. Maybe there might have been some other times where it was a higher person up that they were talking to, but they were talking to postmaster. Postmaster would go like, "Oh well, they didn't deliver on time or something, or they came back too late, or this or that, or did
Mhm.
something wrong. Whatever they did wrong, this is what they did wrong." And then the rep would go, "Prove it."
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's also the other issue, is that like you're timed when you're out delivering, but that's not supposed to be the case. The mail gets delivered whenever it gets delivered. That's it. That's what we were told in orientation. But for some reason, management, whenever new management is like coming in and slash getting promoted, they're being taught newer bullshit. Where it, because I got told this by one of the guys that was trying to go for like a supervisor position, that the
Yeah.
shit that he was taught was basically, forget that old stuff that they taught you. Basically, the people that you're in charge of are working against you, so you
It's
got to
management
work against
versus
your.
union,
Yeah,
100%. Yep.
yeah. So it's just like, that's why I could not. There was a part of me that could not deal with that place because of how the
It's a
environment
stressful
was.
environment.
It
Yeah.
is. It is. That's something that a lot of people
And
don't
that doesn't
realize.
mean that there shouldn't be unions for people.
Oh no, yeah, yeah,
Because it's
no.
definitely beneficial, but
It is, but when you have that, when you create that toxic work environment of like, it's me against you, it just
yeah.
becomes this whole other thing where it's like there was so much like two-faced like
Yeah. It,
social interactions where it was just like, man,
exactly what you said too about somebody becoming a manager. I've watched people become managers from being a carrier and just completely switch their demeanor, and it's like, man,
yeah,
it really sucks because you were such a cool person, and then they're just like this big asshole. And I mean, like, you know,
bro,
you could be like, well, they have to be, but it's also like, are you making that much more money? Because I don't think so.
for this headache. So this kind of comes back to like this guy that I was working with,
Mm.
who was really cool, who kind of like took me under his wing like the first couple months I was there. Legit, like the super coolest guy that I worked with, until he decided that he wanted to go for a managerial position. Um, he was very. The problem was there was also that part of the regulars knowing they could put bullshit onto like the lower guys,
Mm.
so he kind of took that to heart, and he understood the amount of nonsense that a lot of the regulars did, and tried to catch them on that. So there was a part where I actually, he got frustrated with me
Mm.
And it was unfortunate because I this was the dude that kind of took me under his wing, and we were cool. And then when he got into this position, he just became just a huge asshole. And I remember when, like, one of the days where this was a route that I was doing, and he understood how bullshit it was. I told him that, look, man, you understand how this route is. Like, I'm not going to be back at the time that you're requesting. And he's like, just make it. He's like, I kind of don't want to hear excuses. I'm like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And he's like, you can get it done, you know? And I'm just like, dude, are you fucking serious? So the one time,
So
uh-huh.
sorry.
No. So, but to basically give this whole one little experience that I had was that one of the other regulars that was notoriously known for not completing their work didn't do a pickup for this one store. So it was the end of the day. I already did someone else's work, and I was fucking exhausted. I was tired. And as I'm at the clock out machine, and I'm about to swipe out, this guy comes to me and he's like, "Hey, I need you to do a pickup." And that was the one part of my life where I was just like, "Nah, fuck this." I swiped out, and he was like, "Did you just swipe out?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, I'm just." And he's like, "Didn't I just tell you to go get the thing?" And I was like, "Oh, I thought you were joking about that." And I was just trying to come up with some kind of bullshit. And then he got legitimately fucking pissed. And he started like yelling at me. He's like, "Oh, so now you're gonna play stupid, huh? All right, figure that out. I'm gonna report you. How about that?" And then he left. He left in a storm. And then the postmaster came out, and she's like, "What just happened?" And I was like, "I just swiped out." And he just got mad because, like, the other guy didn't go get the pickup. And I'm explaining to her, because the postmaster knew how this guy was notoriously known for not completing the work. I'm like, that's his responsibility, you know?
Mm.
So, for it to fall on me because he can't complete his job, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But even though that's part of my contract, that was the bullshit about it. So literally the next day when I came into work, the other supervisor came in and he talked to me. He's like, "I need to see you in the office." So I was like, fuck. So then my union representative was walking with me. He's like, "Hey, what happened?" He's like, "You don't get called into the office. Like, you're actually fine at your job. What, like, this is kind of serious," because he's kind of pissed. So I tell him about what exactly happened. And he's like, "Well, your contract is the one that tells you that you have to go back out. And especially if they tell you to go back out, you kind of have to listen to them." And I'm like, "Well," I'm trying to think. I'm like, he did speak to me in a very aggressive tone. And he's like, "Really?" He's like, "What was it? Like, when he told you to go get it, or after you swiped out?" I was like, "After I swiped out." He's like, "Okay, I think we'll be fine." He's like, "As long as you bring that up." So, I'm talking with the other supervisor, and he's like, "So what exactly happened?" And I'm like, "This and that, the other guy didn't go get the pickup." And he's like, "Okay, well, you didn't follow a direct order, so you might get reprimanded." And I'm like, "Well, he spoke to me in a very aggressive tone, and I feared for my safety."
I'm sorry, not to
No, this
belittle your
is
situation, but
no,
this just makes me
no.
laugh.
I knew what I was saying was bullshit, because I'm like, this guy is not gonna start a fight with me in the fucking post office.
I
If
agree.
he,
I agree
yeah.
1,000% with that.
So either way, that's the bullshit you have to pull, because that's the shit that supervisors don't want to hear.
Mm.
So I said that, and he was like, "You feared for your life," and I was like, "Yes, I feared for my life." And he was like, "All right, fine. I'm gonna write this down, but don't let it happen again. Just listen." And I'm like, "Okay, sure." After
It's
that,
funny because you can literally get away with that every time. You can say yes, sure, I will listen. And they'll write it down and be like, yeah, that happened or whatever. And if it happens again, you can just say the same exact thing, go through the same exact situation. That's what I'm saying. There's literally no way they can fire you if you just keep going. This happened this way, and it was the fear for the life thing is literally what you can go for every time too.
Yeah. And this was the other thing where I realized that worked because they sent me to another office that there was news that actually happened that a carrier got her face slashed by a crazy
Wow.
person on a walking route. So they were sending me to that office, and I get there because they didn't tell me what office specifically, and it was an office that was actually in the same vicinity that I've been to. So I went in, and the supervisor there was like, "Oh, we didn't need you. I think it was at the other office." So I called my supervisor, and I'm like, "Hey, you're sending me to that other office?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's where they need you." I'm like, "I'm not getting my face slashed." I'm like, "I'm not going."
Mm.
And he's like, "Oh, it's not, it's not gonna happen." And I'm like, "I don't care, man. I don't care if there's a
It's not
possibility."
gonna happen. Okay, you go do it, and I'll sit in your chair. Okay.
Yeah,
Right? Like,
and I'm like, "I'm not fucking doing that." I'm like, either you can send me home or make me stay here. I don't at the office that I was at that wasn't that particular office. And
Right.
he's like, "All right, fine. I'll call the other office to let them know that you're staying." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." So I just stayed at the other office, and I did some package deliveries, and then I went home. And that was it. And then there was other bullshit. Oh my god, the amount of bullshit I can talk about. I could bore you to death with it. But there was like another thing where I got sent to another office to do Amazon delivery, and it was really short. It was on a Sunday, so I spent from like 8 to like 12. It was like 4 hours, and I'm like, "Oh, cool, I'm done." Went home. Next day, I come in, and one of the clerks talks to me. He's like, "Hey, how'd it go over at the other office?" I was like, "Oh, it's not that bad. I was only there for 4 hours." He's like, "You're only there for 4 hours? How come you didn't come back?" I'm like, "What do you mean come back?" He's like, "How come you didn't come back to this office?" And I was like, "Did I need to come back?" He's like, "Yeah, we're so overcrowded with packages." I'm like, "That's not my problem, man. They sent me to that other office to do whatever they did. There's nothing in my contract that says I have to call my office and ask, hey, is there more packages I have to deliver? Let me go drive back there so I can deliver more packages." So I was like, "Well, good luck with that." Because if they needed my help, they wouldn't have sent me to the other office. So, not my fucking problem. Yeah, man. It's crazy. I only worked there for like almost 2 years, and the amount of fucking stories I have about that place is insane. That goes to show how fucking crazy that place is.
I think I worked for 4 years. It was
God.
essentially the same experience. Almost everything you say, I have like a reflective story or a reflection of your story.
Yeah,
Just like different people.
Nobody, like, the whole thing about like going postal makes sense.
This one of our guys had a heart attack en route, and the postmaster joked, wink wink, about him coming back the next day. He was like, "So you coming back?" And everyone was like, "You're fucking gross." And then I think like maybe 3 days later, the guy came back and was like, "Hey, I'm retiring. Just so you guys know." We were like,
Wow.
good.
Yeah. No, good for him.
He had a heart attack. Of course, like I'm like, yeah, dude. He's like, so like, and like the big like thing around that whole retiring was like he specifically said like it's super hot out today. I don't feel good, but I have to like do this stuff or else I'm gonna get in trouble essentially, right?
Yeah.
And this guy's like a regular. He's like 60 or 7, whatever fucking old ass age he is.
Yeah.
Not 60 or 70. He's like 59, whatever, before becoming ready to retire.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to get his shit done, but yeah, he just fucking had a heart attack en route, and I was just like, that's fucking crazy, dude.
That shit happens. There was a truck that actually like went in a blaze on an office I was working at.
Jesus.
I was
up from what?
Engine failure.
Oh.
damn.
Yeah. No, I was it was so stupid. Just that day was so fucking dumb. Because I went to another office. I was really tiny. Like they only had like maybe like when I say like 6 carriers.
Mhm.
And I was just sent there for some fucking reason. And I walked in, I'm talking with the supervisor, and she's introducing me to like everyone that works there, and I'm like, oh, this is a weird thing. Usually nobody pays me any mind. And then she's like, oh, so this is your first day, you're starting out and this and that. And I'm like, no, I've been working at the other office for like quite some time. And she's like, oh, are you not our new CCA? And I'm like, no. And she's like, oh, you're just filling in for today? I'm like, yeah, who am I supposed to be filling in for? And she's looking around, and like all the fucking areas are filled. Like everybody, there's a carrier for everyone. And I'm looking around, I'm like, I'm just straight up confused. Why the fuck am I here? Why did my supervisor send me here? And she's like, I don't know why he sent you here. And I'm like,
Jesus.
what is happening? But I got paired up with this other guy. He was really cool. We talked about Star Wars for a little bit because he was a huge Star Wars fan. And like overall, like at the beginning, his tone with me, like he just didn't want me to be there. I think he thought that I was some kind of bother. But then I think the one thing that I pointed out was the tattoo that he had was from Boba Fett's ship that I pointed out. He's like, oh shit, you know Star Wars? And I was like, yeah, I know a little bit of it. And then we just kept talking, and he's like, we were just talking about like movies and video games, and then he just brought up like some stuff of his personal life. Like he got personal with me, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like we're cool now. I got to go to that office a couple of times. He was really cool, but he told me like the bullshit of like working at a small office is that like there's like really no room for becoming a regular because so many of those people that are there like just don't want to leave, and there's not many of these spots that open up later. So he's just like stuck because he's been like a CCA for like 4 or 5 years. And
Jesus.
yeah, and it's one of those things where he's just like he's gotten used to that office for so long that like he doesn't even know if like transferring is even worth it. But anyways, I was with him in because that was also the fucking crazy thing is that like we asked the supervisor, I was like, so what are we gonna do? Like, do we have to put another seat in the back? And she's like, yeah, she put the seat in the back and you guys drive together. And me and him were just like, this was so fucking stupid. Like, why are we doing this?
Did you ever have to have a manager ride in the seat in the back to evaluate you?
Yes. Actually, yes and no. Because usually that was for the regulars, to be honest. But the only time I had someone ride in the back was when I was being trained. Or like when I was doing the shadow. But yeah, usually when supervisors had to like be in the back is usually for regulars to view the regulars' work. Either times managers would usually like follow me with their own car, or we had inspectors from district come along and like view what I was doing. But yeah, I remember the bullshit with that. I remember one of the guys that I was basically his like substitute for his route. Basically me and him came up with a whole system on how to do the route because of the fact of how fucked up it was. And one particular spot, I didn't even finish the story about the basically for the other place. I'm going on a tangent. No, the other place, me and the other guy were just riding together, and then he gets a call from the supervisor saying, hey, we're probably going to have to finish up another route. And he asked as to why and what happened, and basically she's like, the truck just exploded. And then we get back to the office, and we see the truck right there, and like just a part of it is like melted.
Damn.
I think I have pictures of it. I'll probably send it to the group chat, but like yeah, it was kind of nuts. But basically the the guy was telling me that truck just came back from being fixed because of engine problems, and now it exploded. So there's that. But yeah, the other thing about like the managers writing in the back. So yeah, me and this other guy, we came up with our own way of like doing this one route, and basically the route consisted of a shopping plaza, and the shopping plaza was bullshit on how it's marked down, because there's a building that you have to walk into. There's a bunch of other buildings that are like a little farther away. Like essentially you had to start from the back of the shopping plaza and you kind of work your way to the front. And the thing was is how they put it down was that you had to walk all that. The only issue was that these people ordered so many fucking packages that you had to use the truck in order to make stop by stop by stop. So when one of the supervisors was monitoring the regular, he was like, all right, so this is where you start walking. And he's like, hey man, I can't do all this. Like they have like a shit ton of packages for one building, for one like singular building, and then I have more packages. I can't walk all this. We're gonna have to like do stop by stop by stop. And the management just like the supervisor's just like, well, you're technically supposed to be walking it. And he's like, I mean, do you really want to waste your time? And it was on a hot day too. He's like, do you really want to be stuck in this truck? So he's like, all right, fine, just do it the way you do it. And then you just do it the way you do it. That was also the other thing that like a lot of regulars told me when I started, was just like, take your time. And there's truth to that, because if management sees that you're doing well, and this was my problem, was that like if I was doing well, they started to view that as like, oh, now we can use him for other shit. Now we can make him do like 3 routes all in one day.
Hell the fuck no, Jesus.
That was the shitty part about working in the post office, was just like you got bombarded with the amount of work. And like I said, the overtime was good, but it just wore you down because you're doing constant overtime, especially at the office I was working at. You lost a lot of weight though. I lost a lot of weight. When I was doing a lot of the walking routes.
Yeah, we had a couple people come in overweight that lost a lot of weight doing that.
Yeah, it was kind of nuts. But like I said, I got sent to like one particular office for like almost 3 months, so it was mostly just like walking. So I kind of see how it's like I lost the weight. But like I said, it's just that overtime and the constant bullshit of like your schedule is like ever changing. Because like for me, I worked 6 days a week with the potential of my 1 day off being taken away. So
That's dumb.
that's how it was. And you know what? You know what the union told you? It's part of your contract. That's basically, to sum it up, union can be a double-edged sword, because if there's 2 different contracts, that kind of fucks you up. Post office. I'm thinking, because my cousin told me that her boyfriend's dad was working at the post office, and he worked for like 1 month, and he could not do it because how bullshit it was. I think I told Wesley this. Like, I worked with a guy who was in the army, who was in a helicopter that got shot down in Afghanistan. I didn't tell you about this?
No?
Okay, I started at the same time with this other guy who was in the army. Well, he was a Marine, excuse me. And
Jesus.
he would tell me like some of his stories, like particularly the one time where he was in a helicopter that got shot down in Afghanistan, and we were working at the post office, and like we were just bombarded with the amount of packages and shit. And he legitimately said, I kind of wish I was back to when the helicopter got shot down, because I cannot fucking do this.
What's crazy is that like Marines training and like their whole daily shit is like intense too.
Yeah, but I think that's also the thing, was that like because of the schedule being ever changing and like always constantly being fucked up, I think it fucked up with his like, you know how like most like armed forces guys are like usually like very on point with a lot of things.
Oh yeah, like yeah.
So I think that's what fucked up him a lot more because of how fucking hectic all that shit was. So yeah, he quit. He quit before me. And the funny, like, that was the most hilarious thing because like I was thinking to myself, I'm like, man, I wish I could quit like that, like no problem. And he didn't really have a fallback plan. He was just like, I'm just gonna quit. Because he hated working there like as much as I did, but he was the one that had the balls to be like, nah, I'm not doing this shit anymore. And even he gave his 2 weeks notice, and management really tried to push a lot of shit onto him. And every day he would tell management, well, okay, fine, I'll do it. Can't wait. Like 11 more days to go and I'm out of here. He would always remind management, I'm out. Like, remind you can keep pushing this shit on me, but at the end, I'm gone.
Yeah, that's the one thing I hate about them is that like once you put like your notice in, they just make you do almost everything.
Everything, yeah. Yeah. On top of the shit that you were already doing, which was everything in my case.
Exactly.
Yeah. But when I left, I just quit. I just quit.
Oh yeah, you're like, well, bye.
Yeah. I was so distressed, man, because I was just like, I've never done this before. But at the end of the day, I felt like a fucking weight just lifted. Because the amount of bullshit, like, and that was also the other thing was that like they knew how good at the job I was because I was the bitch boy. I was at the bottom, like, of the essentially the totem pole because there were other like two other guys, that started before me. So, like, I basically had to be the bottom bitch boy. And yeah, I remember the postmaster like calling me and like begging me not to go because she's like, you're really good at your job, and like in reality, like I thought about it, I'm like, nah, she just wants me to be the pack mule.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So I was like, nah, I'm done. I'm done. And that's the thing is that like almost 2 years, man, I was there. Almost 2 years. But yeah. I told you like why I quit, right?
Something to do with one of the people there, I think, if I remember correctly.
It was an inspector from district that was doing a review of the route that I was substituting on. Because it was the route that was notoriously known for being the shittiest one.
Yeah, the lady, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
she was scrutinizing like every little thing I did when like organizing mail, what I was doing with the packages. She got pissed off at me when I accidentally wrote down a incorrect time on one of the things, even though she had like fucking multiple pieces of paper.
I have to hop off. I have 3 hours before I have to go to my doctor.
What time is it?
Jesus, dude, then why are you still awake?
7 o'clock. I had to go. So like 4
Wow.
o'clock I'll have to leave.
Wow.
Or
But yeah, I just
4
quit.
o'clock will be 3 hours is what
That's fair.
have to be awake.
Basically, this lady was like scrutinizing me, and I was like, fuck it. I just told one of the supervisors, I'm done. And then I just walked out. It was fun. It was not fun. It was just, it felt weird. But anyways, besides fucking post office talk and unionizing and shit, that's basically it for the news. Other things I just wanted to mention, some movie stuff is happening. I guess there's a Ghost of Tsushima the movie that's happening with the director of John Wick.
If that stuff comes out, a lot of things that are game related.
Yeah, Jason
I'll see if I
Momoa.
can see it.
Jason Momoa is Steve from Minecraft. There's gonna be a Minecraft movie, and
Jesus.
Streets of Rage is having a movie in the works, I guess, and that's
cool.
basically it. Yeah, that's it for the podcast. All right, go to sleep, Howler.
All right,
Bye.
brother.
Bye.
Bye.